Got 5 right here left.
You 5 behind?
Yeah. 51. But, yeah.
What's that total?
1950.
All in.
All in.
Let's stream off right.
Hey, what's going on? It's Monday, 5:10, no limit uncapped here on TCH Live. How you guys doing? We've got a great lineup for you, great game, big news, breaking news.
Oh, yeah.
I should have had a soundbite ready for this, but hey, we'll talk about that here as the night goes on. Mike Gemblet here with you as my guest commentator with me here tonight. My guy, Robert Pape. We finally got it accomplished. We found a date on the calendar. Hey, welcome to the show, man.
Welcome, Mike.
See if you get the mic closer, just a touch a little bit, so we make sure we catch you here. But all right, so again, 5:10, no limit, as we do each and every Monday here on TCH. A lot of great promotions. We had our first WPT Steps tournament last night. The Final 5 advancing to Step 2, which is our monthly main event tournament of 330 buy-in. Which, again, if you win that, then you would go to Step 3, which would be the semi-annual finals, to go to Step 4, which is a cruise here on for the WPT Steps tournament. So, right off the bat, as we've got players hopping on into the table, we got Chaz hopping along.
Yeah, I see the Pokemon on there.
The lower right side. We got Gordon, world's biggest Virginia basketball fan. Sparks. Also back here in the mix, Crusher. As our first hand is, well, we're going 3 ways as we figure out what Bones is doing. We got Boots back here in the house.
He's got some coffee with him.
You got to get himself some caffeinated. I'm just going to go with the old good old-fashioned Rain Inferno drink.
Have you been to that new coffee shop?
It looks pretty nice, though.
Lamppost Coffee?
I have not. Matt F's going to take the first pot, but yeah, there's a new coffee shop. The old one that we had across here. I forget what it was called already.
Coffee Bean.
And that was always a favorite, I think, of a lot of people. But
really clean restroom in there.
Promising, man.
That was a place to go for the tournament breaks.
And that's one thing I think that's kind of unique about some of the poker clubs. Say what you want as far as like locations, blah blah blah. But it's also like creating potential businesses for creating some customers for some of these businesses that surround this sometimes. So you'd be surprised. Hey, somebody wants to go here and get some tires next door, a discount tire, and they wind up just playing a cash game.
Works both ways.
That's how you found this place, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just love
I was
tires
getting coffee and a
just love
tire.
Poker. All right, first hand here up. So we got Matt opening here 3x to 30. Bones putting in the 3-bet on the button. And we'll just get a flat here from Matt F.
Both these guys really deep.
Yeah, just about 5K here, and that's a perfect one here for Matt F. Bones does flop a gutter ball. See with 2 spades on board. Does he just take a C-bet with this and give himself the opportunity to maybe force his opponent to check the turn and take a freebie?
Interesting check call here from Matt.
Yeah, you would think that this would be more of a prime opportunity to try to take the lead on that one with as much equity as he has, but going to make it here on the end as Bones is completely whiffed on this. Matt F.
I wonder if Bones decides to raise this river if Matt decides to lead it.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing we don't see a ton of is sometimes as river raises his bluffs.
Stick with me, guys.
And I think that was the familiarity that a lot of these players have for each other. I think they're pretty selective about which spots to choose there. And, hey, Bones trying to get things going off the bat. And
Yeah, he made the right fold.
And so it's back here in the chat as... Again, we'll have an announcement here. We'll probably just say like 10 minutes. We allow everybody to gather on in to talk about that through all the night. As all right, hey, we've got Nick from Yuma as always. Joel, Mr. JTN 1968, checking on him. Racer Nerd, Bart Hansen recommendation from the Crush Live Call-In Show. Alan Piscatello, our good boy William Lottie. Lottie joined us for commentary on the final table last night. We love Lottie, and he was great fun to have along.
We got to get Nick from Yuma in here.
Yeah, Nick from Yuma is everywhere, and that's why. Hold on. Yeah, there could be an altcoin nicknamed after Nick from Yuma. Some Yuma coin out there.
He's definitely a billionaire.
It's got to be. He's richest of us all, as he's constantly entertained by the gift of poker. All right, here we go. We've got Jeremy raising with ducks. Just going to go ahead and take down pre-flop. So Jedi Master Chad, Ted, Gambling Johnny, Chop Chop. I always do the chop chop motion when I say that. That's slow from Kentucky. Boy Hillbilly, a Sam War Eagle. Captain Underpair is asking, how did Aaron do in Dallas this weekend? Try to take both flights and didn't wind up making day 2, but we had our first TCH Live Dallas episode last Saturday. Tournament final table for 50K guarantee. Yeah, hey, pretty good debut broadcast. It looks like everything's going to be pretty good. And
I think they crushed the guarantee, too.
yeah, it was a pretty big prize pool. Show looked great. Our boy Ben Kirby holding it down for us on the
Aces.
TCH Live Crow. Well, Chaz opening to 35. Bones going to put in the 3-bet to 140, which will fold out max.
Man, that Snorlax is sitting way up on those chips.
So a lot of pride on the line. So
I just learned that Chaz is a big Pokemon card box collector.
oh, like box collect. Okay.
Like boxes that are 10, 20 years old, unopened.
That is the top of line. You know, it's interesting. Okay, we've got aces full here for Bones. Is Chaz just with no shot at this? Bones hoping it just has any piece of this to potentially continue and put out a little bet there, but
It's really cool sizing. He chose 175.
it's like roughly about like half size pot there, or
A little bit less, and he also checked back flop, too.
yeah, 2 spades on board is.
Chase joins the table.
Hey, there's Chase. We've got pretty much the full table here. Chase, Caitlin coming on in as well. We'll see who steps up here to the plate tonight. So TCH Live, Monday 5/10. Make sure to smash that like button, click subscribe. Sitting at about 14,800 subs. Sorry.
I like that shirt from Caitlin.
That is pretty spiffy.
I didn't even
Do you
notice
have
the
one of
poker.
those? Or not? Are you going to get one of those?
I've got a King of Hearts shirt.
Really?
Yeah.
I've got the Razor. I was wearing the Razor mask for a while. From like Wes Cutshaw's line. That was really good because it was like the back of a card with a Razor on it. But I wound up just going for more of the standard mask versus like those.
I like the 3-bet here with ace 3 suited. You'll see a lot of players just call here.
Yeah, may not be the best timing, but it says all right. We're going to isolate here. Heads up against Chase. 125 back. That. No, 50-50 here. I could see plenty of 4-bets here. And that is exactly where we'll be taken to, is 4-bet town.
What did he make it here? 665?
Yeah, it's
Like a 3x, 3.5x?
max just under 3K. Kind of rare, I think, it will, like, maybe. Well, what'd you say if he was maybe like 5K deeper, or say like he was sitting there with like 8K deep with this many big blinds? Is that in a situation that you would look at and never say like, that might be semi-break even spot to try to play against an opponent?
Yeah, you could call or even have a non-all-in 5-bet size. I think with his stack, he doesn't want to 5-bet non-all-in, and I think he just wanted to fold there when he was 3-bet bluffing.
That's Chase. Gonna take it down here pre with Ace King, and Caitlin here with some Judies. We had Judy on the final table last night. It was a really entertaining final table. Bronstein Bomber. We had Andrew, who's played here in a 5-10 game. Aaron finished here within the top 5. All right, action around is Gordo going to call here. Matt F. with one caller in between, going to put a 3-bet here to 135, and it seems pretty standard probably here for a 4-bet. But Caitlin, there you go, 435. And
Really nice from Caitlin there.
yeah. Didn't overthink it. Just went ahead. Boom. I'm just going to go take it, or let's go heads up with it. So as we see our chip stacks there, Big Daddy Chaz Chase. Matt Bones, yeah, pretty deep game here. 5-10 uncapped. I think we'll see some straddles mixed in here and there.
I'm expecting a lot more 3 and 4 betting tonight with this lineup. Just less flats pre-flop and more 3-bets and 4-bets.
Yeah, I had a thought. It left me, and we'll just kind of let that percolate and boil just for a little bit, because.
So are these guys like giving up their Pokemon if they go all in here? Is this game still going on?
I believe it still is. It's something about either the bet size, pot size.
Oh, we got kings here for Gordon.
Commissioner Gordon here with the raise up here. It's featured on one of our Instagram posts here on tch.etx. Let's see on there.
He's been playing really well.
Yeah, he did commentary with us with Aaron last Thursday.
Yeah, I think Aaron was calling him God on.
God on. Yeah, when he must be running really well.
Oh my gosh, we have Ace King in the small blind for Chaz here, and we have Caitlin with Judy's in the big blind. It's the first time I've ever said Judy's in my life.
Judy's, you're enshrined in the Ring of Honor here, Rob. You know.
And this is the most squeeze happy opponent probably at the table.
Yeah, that is probably a gross feeling, just because Chaz can be somewhat adventurous in spots like this, but
Chase has been really good about getting away from these spots, I've noticed. He does like to think about it. Oh, I just ate my own words right there.
Well, I think you're not wrong in the sense of, like, he has been really, I think, more disciplined in some of these positions.
That was a snap all in.
Yeah, that is
from Gordon.
And with the Chase 7-10 and some dead money in the pot as well.
So I think Chaz is thinking about how often he thinks Chase may be trapping aces here. And outside of that, I think he's most likely going to put in a raise to get Chase out of the pot. But they are very deep, so.
Yeah, so if Chaz just calls a 1.2K, you could also bring Chase along with it, and let's see, what would the stack size be after that? Because then Chase would be sitting with like 4K, Chaz would be sitting with like 6, so you'd have him covered pretty. So he's just not going to waste any more time.
Yeah, so
I'll rip it. Yeah, that seems like the most logical move, but there's also this reality, I think, of playing in Texas, which is much more multi-way, that it's something that I just try to bear in mind when some players get in these spots.
It's just pretty disastrous for Chaz if he doesn't really get to see 5 cards here, or if he lets Chase in and hit a queen, and he gets kind of blown off his equity. Gordon may not even be feeling that great here, honestly. To see a cold 4 come in from the big blind, or small blind, excuse me, and then a call, and then getting ripped over his shove.
So decision back here to Chase, which, like we were saying, I think he's done better as far as when they're becoming clear fold moments that are a little bit trickier with kind of medium strength hands. He's more often clicking the fold button in spots where like that's correct.
Yeah, he's got great instincts. I mean, you can kind of see it in his body language a little bit. Like, he's definitely uncomfortable, but he's also definitely aware that he's likely behind. And he's letting Casey know and Boots know. And he's gonna let it go.
Thought it through and gave it on up. As some little extra money there in the pot here. It's Ace King versus Kings.
I believe Chaz has a diamond.
Yeah,
oh wow!
So binks it on the end. That's a really disastrous river for Gordon. As like you said, he wants to be able to see all 5 cards, and that is going to take down the first stack here for Gordon. As
Man,
what do
that's-
you know, Big Daddy Chaz stacking chips here on TCH Live. What else is new? Well, I'll tell you what else is new, Rob. We got a
Tell me.
special announcement here, here at all of our Texas Card House locations. We've got a $800 buy-in, $500,000 guaranteed prize pool between April 8th through the 11th. It's a multi-day, multi-club event. Day 1's going to be happening on Thursday, Friday, Saturday at all locations, with day 2 being played in Dallas on that Sunday. So we'll have some of the specific flights and times and all that good stuff out tomorrow. But there it is, a $500K guarantee prize pool tournament coming through all the TCHs in Houston, Austin, Rio Grande Valley, and Dallas with the finals played in D-Town, baby.
Let's make a trip to Dallas.
That sounds like a great time. I would certainly, you can play down here in Austin. Maybe you're just tired of the scene here. Maybe you feel like, maybe the action's going to be over here better in this city. Maybe go Thursday, Austin.
Aces for Caitlin here.
Yeah, picking up some high hands here early on. It's jacks twice, aces.
I got a challenge for you, Mike, for the
Okay.
tournament.
Challenge, all right.
And this challenge goes out to everyone, too.
The big
I challenge you to vlog the tournament.
I mean, like, just take, do the old Westcott Chalk, keep your camera the whole time, blah, blah, blah. Or I think there are some venues that are really strict about vlogging during it, but.
Yeah, we'll get approval.
Yeah, sure, yeah, if you're going to do that, but, like.
We'll get some interviews on the breaks. We'll get some chip count updates, some hand histories.
That,
Pre-tournament strategy, celebrations, mid-tournament.
Yeah, just, that's what you got to have, that montage of just that guy who stands up at the table and he's like, yes! And then you throw it in a loop with all these other, like, fist pumps and guy in disarray. Like, it's a pretty consistent loop.
So notice we've seen a 3-bet at almost every hand so far. I mean, we're only about 10 hands in, but
Right. And with the
expecting.
$20 straddle out there was an open here by Gordon.
Oh, Caitlin just called. Excuse me.
Yeah, she just called. Gordon had.
There's a bunch of red chips.
Yep, that's. So, getting flats here with the button with ace 5 of hearts and gonna flop top pair straight draw, chaser with the open ender. And we have seen him kind of take leads in this spot.
This is the chase move here.
It's kind of like almost out of like limit poker to a degree, that you would just go ahead and take leads and try to kind of inspect where you're at. But instead, he's generally just trying to blast off hands that he thinks have bricked on this. Is Caitlin also here with backdoor hearts?
This is a spot for Gordon to raise here as well. He chose to call, and Caitlin's going to come along as well.
Queen here on the turn, so
Queen of hearts as well. Caitlin's going to pick up a flush draw.
Chase will slow down. We'll see. Caitlin decides to take a free card, or with the best hand, best equity, maybe try to put some more money in the pot. Take the freebie. As Jack on the end. So Caitlin's hand's still the best, but
We may see a bomb here from Chase.
yeah,
Oh.
it is a window to be able to do it. And now it's kind of a tricky spot because Gordon could potentially bet to
Caitlin may
represent
think
ace
she has the
jack.
best hand here. Oh, she just turns it over.
Then it's kind of a tough spot to maybe draw thin value from, because I mean there are still maybe those small pairs above 5 that could still be in the mix. Caitlin running hot here early on TCH Live Monday 5-10.
Caitlin's very competitive. Played a bunch with her recently.
Getting feisty in there, huh? Let's see here. Trying to keep up with everybody here in the chat as we've been
I wasn't rather focused.
had some really interesting hands so far. So, all right, Nick from Yuma, Allen, Jedi.
It's interesting when you actually see like big hands clashing this deep.
Because you have a lot of people just taking a lot of action versus it becoming kind of a passive game.
Yeah, and it's one thing to get in 100 big blinds, ace king versus kings, or
It's just like, yeah, it was these multi-way pots just throw a lot of really fun variables that I think a lot of people have enjoyed watching on this. So, all right, here we go. We got Gordon raising with ace-8 suited, Sparks calling him in position with the ace-7 of spade, and Chase.
Let's see if Chase leads again here with the straight draw. Or is that it's the 4 diamonds, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got the gutter to the 8.
Sparks here going to check as 9-ball here on the turn, and Gordon does make the bottom end of the straight draw. Chase the only player with a pair out of the 3. Bet to 80 right here on the turn. And
This may just get through.
yeah, I mean, there's...
Gordon has to worry about player behind him. Nope, he calls.
9-ball here on the end, so trips here for Chase.
I think this is a good spot to check raise. Oh, he did check. Your
Yeah,
opponent's just going to have a lot of missed draws that you want to give a chance to bluff here.
Yeah, he threw in quite a curveball of a check raise last week.
I saw that.
It was pretty awesome to be able to check out. Hey, we got Anderson. Howdy, y'all. Got our boy Ernesto, the way. Carlo, the chat pros here. Make sure to smash that like button. Click subscribe. Again, a 500K guaranteed prize pool tournament happening beginning of April between the 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. 500K guaranteed, $800 buy-in across all locations.
So that's going to be independent locations for day 1, and then everyone's going to pool together in Dallas for day 2?
Yep, that's correct. So you'll have your day 1, so you qualify Thursday, hey, you back, and then you go to day 2, which would be on that Sunday in Dallas. So it's actually kind of unique because you could play like Austin one day, you could try Houston the other day if you don't back, and then you just go to Dallas and just try your way through 3 different.
You can go try the food in the valley.
Exactly.
And then play the final table in Dallas.
It sounds like a pretty damn good time. So
I think Max is going to win today with this shirt. I've never played with Max.
But you're a believer in style really drives, good fortune.
I think it matters.
Yeah, look the part, be the part. That's what we strive for here on TCH Live. According to Nick Tran, $146 million 4-year deal for Dak Prescott.
I saw that. What do you think about that?
Oh, okay. So how much is that per? It sounds about like market value for what quarterbacks are going now.
And they retain the same offensive coordinator.
And if they have a fully healthy set of skill position players, the upside's probably still the same as last year. It's just okay. Will you ever figure out the defense? Will there ever be an identity that's sustainable, or is it just always going to be the same, just kind of fall flat on your face kind of culture? So,
man, how fun was running that Dak, Amari, CD Lamb stack in fantasy first couple weeks of football?
It was pretty magical. I had Dak for fantasy, and it was just like, I'm going to win the. Oh shit! It was.
They were the highest scoring offense for the first month of football.
Made a lot of things fun here, but we've got Max here with middle pair.
Yeah, it looks like Sparks opened up early.
Brentford's a reading on the board.
Does
Yeah, can you just read me the board?
over pair here for Sparks? Absolute bet in this spot. Bet 60.
King of diamonds, 4 hearts.
Does all right, Max.
It looks like Matt F was actually the initial opener. And when check 2 and Sparks betting, I think this is a defend for Max here, for sure, with the pair of 7s.
Hey, say hello to Bill Hewer. Says hello from TCH Houston. Hey, how we doing, Bill? It's good to see you.
Wow, Matt F with the ace of diamonds in his hand is choosing to bluff with his hand. This is very interesting.
Yeah, it's. I guess this is to try to construct this. This is just to put pressure on weaker hands. Is there something inherently he's trying to represent? Because
I think he can have sets and aces here, and I think Sparks knows that.
Just trying to remember how the.
I like the sizing, though. I think if you're going to raise here into 2 people, you need to at least 4x it there, and you made it 280 over 60. Oh, I took it down.
Yeah, it got Sparks to fold the better hand. And it's a weird spot for him because now any number of turn cards of Spark tries to just bluff catch there. Like, I can't imagine he's just going to be bewildered by the strength of his hand, but when it comes to the turn card. So he decides to get away from it.
Yeah, people just aren't finding enough like flop check raises for bluffs there, and that was a great job.
Absolutely. So
nice fold from Sparks there with Jack 9 suited. A lot of people are going to be opening that up.
you feel like that's a mistake? Is it just because people just have the desire to open kind of wide in their spots because it's fun, or is it fundamentally flawed? Because
Well, I think we're 10-handed here, right?
yep,
Yeah, and I think with how aggressive this table is, it's definitely a fine open. It's in most lineups, I think.
sure.
But,
In this,
yeah,
in
I
this
think it's
specific case, I think you probably got a great point there because he's got Chaz directly to him to his left, and then you have to. Well, I mean, it's just Chaz number one.
yeah, probably the most aggressive player, especially pre-flop to your immediate left. I would play extra snug early positions.
Probably a sound idea, especially like you said, the game with a lot of pre-flop 3-betting. As promise, I'm not ignoring y'all. Hey, River King, joining us here in the chat. What's up, dear friend? All right, Dez.
Max is going to open it up here from the button with ace-8 offsuit. Looks like 65 to me.
Gordon gonna fold the ace-9 off. Sparks will lay down the 9-2 suited. Does
It's an interesting spot for Gordon. That's normally a 3-bet small blind versus button, but when you have a straddle on, you have an extra person to go through. So it's not just the big blind behind you now; it's the big blind and the straddle. So I like the fold there with ace-9 off.
yes, sir. So, all right. I had somebody ask me just a broad question. I think it was Nick from me. Do you think anyone could stop the Nets this year, especially with the addition of Griffin? I just don't know what version of Blake Griffin we're gonna have. Like, whatever. If there is still a guy with some legs and some springs that can do some stuff, like I think is a great complementary piece. Otherwise, I don't think he changes the equation.
I mean, he's been with a Kardashian before, right?
Yeah. Oh, is that okay? This is
Well, I guess James Harden's also been with the Kardashian. I don't know if this.
It's
This
more
is
of
actually probably
like
bad
who
for the Nets.
Who hasn't been with a Kardashian at this point when it comes to the NBA circles? Is that not nice to say? But
Well, a great bet in the NBA used to be when Blake Griffin would travel to like the popular cities like LA or Toronto.
yep.
You got the nightlife there.
Oh yes. As got a gutter ball here for boots, so I'll press pause on that in a sec. But
We got the ER doctor, Jeremy, very good player. And we got Boots, the guy that nobody can read, an elite player.
he is a boots. He is a absolute legend. But
I just asked Boots where he got his nickname from, and he told me he didn't even know.
that's where all the best nicknames come from. If not any real tangible source, but just
I thought it was a classic Boots answer.
that's because he's the man.
He didn't know, but he had a positive attitude about it.
That's the spirit here. As that would probably be, especially a place like New York too, which was
Toronto,
Yeah.
New York, LA. One other thing about the Nets that I don't think is being talked about enough is that are we going to see Steve Nash? This is aces again here for Caitlin.
we'll hold off on that thought.
Yeah, under the gun here. She's going to make it 45. I don't believe the straddle is on. Queen Jack suited here against an under the gun open. I think most players are going to choose to flat here. He goes for a 3-bet. Oh my gosh, and we have queens.
Still a couple of ladies. Happy Ladies Day.
This is why it's kind of tough to open Jack 9 suited. Not that it's a bad hand or anything, but it can't really withstand a 3 and a 4-bet.
No.
Did she just ship it?
Yeah, just ripped it on in there for. Oh, okay. No, it was re-raised.
I just saw her talk to the
970.
dealer. I thought she said all in.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. We can't always necessarily hear.
This is pretty interesting. A lot of people with aces will not act that quickly. And this is something that I'm sure Caitlin's actually aware of. I'm sure Matt's actually aware of it. Haven't really played with Matt much, but Matt probably still isn't feeling that great though.
No, that's going to come out 7 high board. That his best hope is that he's already up against Ace King.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just. I mean, I guess there are some other overpairs that maybe she could go berserk with, but it just seems like after a 5-bet to 975, doesn't believe her.
Yeah, but it was Matt's cold 4-bet versus a 5-bet from the end of the gun raiser.
And Caitlin's going to scoop it all. I'm sitting up here with over 3.6K here in our 5-10 no limit cash game tonight. We're running pretty hot here.
She's had aces twice, jacks twice. She's crushing.
Crusher is on the All In Poker podcast not too long ago. Go check out that if you want to learn more about her story along the poker streets. Hey, we got $10 super chat here from Anderson just because I love TCH Live. See y'all Thursday.
Let's go,
David
Anderson.
Dante is here with $5 super chat. Lottie says, I find this spot very relatable. That's, I have no doubt. So who else?
Is he talking about him having the aces spot?
Or probably having coins or something. I'm sure. I'm not sure, actually. Yeah. But, yeah. Okay, so we were talking about the nuts. So they signed Blake Griffin or whatever is left in the tank here of Blake Griffin. I hope there's something left in the tank because he was really fun. But
well, what I was saying earlier is that we may see Steve Nash come off the bench and just suit up for a quarter or two. They get in the playoffs. They get in the finals.
That? I mean, I'm sure if they asked him to do it for just like 8 minutes.
I think this guy holds the Guinness Book of World Records for most free throws made.
Really? Nash did?
Steve Nash.
Now, how's your free throw shooting game? Because I know early on in the pandemic there was a prop bet thrown out there.
Yeah, I actually bet on that with Casey. I actually tried to do that bet. I'm not going to say how serious I was, and I don't think people took me that seriously. But yes, Mike McDonald, Timex. I think Chase limped the sevens here.
Yeah, he did, and we've got a late position raise here by Matt F, the 5-4 suited.
But yeah, Mike McDonald, a very non-athletic man, who posted a video of himself like hitting the backboard on a free throw. He said that he shot like 40 out of 100 his first try. He made a bet that he could make 90 out of 100 free throws by the end of the year.
Oh, that's right.
And then he hired the Dallas Mavericks shooting coach, and he crushed the bet.
That's, as we got a bet to 225 here by Chase. Is Matt with diamonds, Jeremy with diamonds, and also with top pair.
Oh, no, this could be tough for Matt here.
See if he opts for a raise in the spot. I feel like that's the path he made. Nope, he's going to tag along here as... I guess it's not a hand so strong that he's not often if he maybe tried to check raise there, maybe getting called by better jacks or...
yeah, I think he's a little bit more worried about Matt in this situation. But I think he still feels really good about his hand. Chase electing to barrel again into 2 players. This is interesting. He's shown a propensity to give up when called.
Yep. Back here to...
I think Jeremy is also thinking about just how deep everybody is. Looks like he's thinking call versus raise here.
All right, here we go, 2.3K. And River 10 is Jeremy's hand holds, but
I mean, Jack 10 is still pretty easy to have multi-way here, as well as I guess exactly 7-8 of diamonds or Queen King of diamonds.
And there's, I guess maybe some 9-10s in there, but that would probably be not very common. And it's going to be Chase that leads at this year for 1.2K. And this is just a tricky one here for Jeremy because Chase was the first one who led at this at the flop. He led at the turn, and now he's sizing up here on the end. So
wow. I think he just gave Chase just a lot of credit for having a set there, or like a hand like Jack 9 or Jack 10.
And that seems right, because I think you would say, he could probably sit there and say, man, did he river like a set of 10s? Because like 10s could totally take the same kind of line that Chase took. But maybe say like any overpairs over Jack would have some propensity to maybe slow down in the end.
Yeah, Chase is saying if you're just going to wait for the nuts against me, it's going to be tough.
That is fact of life. Mike Gamblet here with Robert Pape, just crushing it here. Super producer Caroline. As always, smash that like button if you're enjoying. Chip in a super sticker or super chat here for a special shout out here on the air. David Dantas joining us here in the chat. How you guys doing? Numbnuts Mike is nothing but a drunk. I actually have not been drunk on this show for quite a long time.
I think you're love drunk, Mike. I think that's what he's talking about.
That's a possibility. So, Caitlin here with the raise up here to pocket fours. Jeremy is calling with the 10-8 suited, and also
I like 10-8 suited as a 3-bet, especially this deep. Caitlin just running insane, flopping a set here.
has turned on the boom switch. His bottom set here in the spot.
I would probably bet range here on ace-king board. Take all my bluffs in bet, and you're certainly going to have way more aces than Jeremy's going to have. I think Jeremy is just so shocked by this check that he says, okay, well, if she checks to me, then I can either win it here or win it with one more bet. And he was maybe hoping to turn a spade, but okay, he's just going to give up.
Yeah, so it's the ace. Yeah, okay, the ace must be the burn card. So
I think 2 kings are out. I don't think it's a queen.
yeah, it's king, queen, queen. Then the river card. Yeah. It's one of those, every once in a while, like that turn card will, or that burn card will
We'll go into place. Yeah.
Yeah, so the flop was like king 4, queen, and then 5. Okay, then king. So 4 is full on the end.
Jeremy talking to Caitlin, asking if she had it. She's giggling.
Let's continue on here with the $20 straddle. So again, if you're just joining us, a $500K guaranteed tournament happening all throughout all of our Texas Card House locations. Day 1's scheduled from April 8th through the 10th, with all locations hosting. And then on the day 2 is going to be on Sunday, April 11th. Yeah, that should be $800 buy-in. Should be a fantastic tournament. We're all going to be really excited for it, and hoping to really have a fantastic event here, run through all our clubs.
It'd be awesome if that guarantee gets smashed as well. I just think there's just a huge boom going on right now in live poker, and specifically in Texas live poker. Oh, the Snorlax goes in. Oh no. Oh,
Yeah.
He keeps it out there. He's
There's-
enticing people with the Snorlax. He saw it win versus the Kings last time.
So to have just a little more fold equity, just putting that bad boy out there.
Man, I almost bought one of those, and then I just couldn't actually see myself ever putting it on my poker chip stacker.
You just didn't feel like it was congruent with your brand. Is that it?
I mean, I have nothing against Pokemon.
Yeah, you know, me neither. It's kind of like a tattoo. Like anybody can get a tattoo, but do you have something that resonates with you? Or is
Oh
it
no,
so
he
just
sees the Snorlax. He's going for it.
He's excited now. You're maxing a little extra incentive to maybe hop on in here.
Yeah, I think Max is going to be our biggest winner tonight here with this shirt.
This is,
Looking dapper.
no matter what, it's always baller time here for Max. So it's,
Classic Chaz shuffling the chips on the railing here. He's going to take the Snorlax back, I think, though. Yeah, he's pretty pissed about that. He
thought it demonstrated more power, but
yeah, I think he felt attacked there. Like he was. It's not like Max's was worried about his hand strength. He was worried about getting that little Pokemon.
let's see. People trolling each other in the chat. Blah, 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 blah. What's up, PM? Tadpole here in the house. Zach Nixon. When are we going to see Mr. Pape in the 510 streets? That's a good question.
Maybe soon. Maybe in like 2 weeks.
Booyah.
I think it's been like way too long since I've been in this game.
And I think we'd welcome you back out there in the streaming streets with open arms. Hey, Stephen Tixay, Mr. Delivery, shout out from Chicago. Heard my guy Lewis is down there. Hoping to see him fill the seat tonight. We'll see if he gets on in there.
Chris Sparks here, opening it up to 60 with Ace King. Pretty disciplined fold here from Bones with ace-10 off. Not choosing to defend through a flat or through a 3-bet. That was interesting.
Yeah, that's kind of the theme that we're talking about. There's just going to be a lot of late possession 3-betting, so it's probably one of those that if he doesn't feel like he's not going to take the lead on, apply the actually try to continue with this.
Yeah, and he doesn't just have Chase behind him in the big blind. He also has Boots, who's a very aggressive player in the straddle behind him as well.
So there you go. Like when you play out in these streets, like not every table's created equal. So beyond being balanced, I think it's just being flexible, of having different variables that I think you have to take in mind always. So when people talk about skills and solvers and stuff like this, it is whether or not you know how to act within a hand. I think it's just being able to account for all the variables and thus put more into your control versus be out of control with all your decisions. Yes, no, am I just making up shit on the fly here?
No, it's spot on. I think it's really interesting when people bring their individual strengths and weaknesses to a game, and then how those kind of fit into the overall game environment, and maybe plays that are atypical for them or they're not as strong in actually end up being like the most profitable plays, just given all the environment or variables that you were saying.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, especially with I think like Texas poker being unique, and I try not to overuse it because I think it's just like we just splash anything that is perceived as kind of remotely gambly, I guess, or just sort of out of line. It's just like unique to Texas, but there's just its own kind of like flavor to it that I think is kind of like how California has its own probably style to a degree. So
yeah, and you should be trying to make the most in your environment. You don't really want to force something. Let's see, what is Caitlin betting with here?
Caitlin has top and bottom here, 9s, and Trey's Bones has got a pair of straight draw.
Bones loves these PLO bomb pots.
Yeah,
I think he likes the double board ones a little bit more, but
yeah, he was talking about on the last show that it's just it's like uncharted territory to a degree. Like there's not a lot of any information that's out there as to be like, here, this is optimal for all of this. As a diamond peels off here for Sparks. Also had a straight draw, double gutted with the 7-6.
yeah, I don't think Bones is gonna put any more money in this pot, even though he has a straight.
Yeah.
And Sparks may just go check call again, just out of position here.
475 here at max he can bet. It looks
He
like he
does-
is going to try to go for some value here.
Yeah, he blocks a straight flush. But this looks pretty strong betting into two people. Like even with 8-10 here, I think I'd just pitch it.
All right, Sparks going to take down our first PLO bomb pot. Again, you can see those all throughout Texas, generally double board. Out in the main games, which, let's see how many tables we had going on here.
There's a lot. I think there's 2-2-5 tables as well. I think it's 4-1-2s, 2-2-5s, and
Yeah, it was, we have 4-1-2s, we had 1-2-5, and then I think it's usually some of the players that are also just getting ready for the stream will sometimes open up a table before it, so
dust off a little bit so they can.
just get that first
An ace pops up for Bones there.
the first buy-in. It's kind of like you take a shot before you meet up with your date. Just one to go down the hatchet to warm yourself up. I haven't had to do that in a while, but that was probably
Snorlax.
Here we got a 3-bet here by the old Big Daddy. The raise up to Ace Kings. Raise up to 125 at the 3-bet. Probably just going to get a fold here, right? Yeah, it just decides to Snorlax. As
I wonder if Sparks is choosing to, not have a 4-bet range versus Jazz and just call everything and protect his range, or interesting fold there, but he was pretty dominated.
William here in the chats, and yesterday I had a lively debate about whether there's a skill edge in double board PLO bomb pots. I say yes. Thoughts?
Well, there's definitely room for mistakes to be made.
That's probably the best way of phrasing it. It's like it's.
The problem is, like, there's so many other edges in the game, and the biggest edge is going to be card edge, and when there's that many cards out and that many people with 4 cards in their hand.
Right.
But no, certainly the best players are going to win the most over the long run, for sure.
Because, yeah, you still have to read, like, your abilities, or your opponent's ability to put together what they might actually construct a line for PLO or versus holdem, whereas, like, you get players that will dabble in it, but it's not their best game, so you don't know how exactly they might value a hand that could be significantly worse than what they think it is.
Right. There's strategy of how to navigate multi-way pots, which you're going to go 10 ways in this spot. And then there's also strategy of how to navigate a split pot game.
Yeah. Like, there are moments where I've seen opponents, like, last act, and they might have 2 other players to close the action, and they just have, like, a nut flush on one side. It's like when we talk about an Omaha high-low, that push-pull factor, that there is some kind of skill as to saying, like, I'm just going to call this 300 bet in the hopes that I get one of the other 2 or 3 players to maybe pay off in a spot that if I raise, there's no possible way I'm going to get a red cent out of them.
And you can have blockers to both boards in this game. So it's really interesting.
G right here with the super chat. See you guys in the Thursday stream. He'll be doing commentary.
Oh, flop set here for Jeremy.
Myself and Steam Duel, I believe. So it should be.
I guess Boots is going to see bet here. I think he likes to see bet. We'll see.
Yeah, I think when he still has some live backdoors at this point, that you're just gonna put a C bet on here most of the time. That okay, backdoor broadways and diamonds. But Jeremy here with a big hand, bottom set does.
I think he chose the check raise here. Nope, he called. Oh wow, ace on the turn.
So Bones thinks he's hit Boots thinks he's hit a really big card.
I'm wondering if Jeremy's planning to go check call, check raise here. His stack, how much did Boots bet on the turn here?
About like looks like
600.
It's either 600 or 1,001 because I think I see it.
It's gonna leave Jeremy with a pot-sized bet on the river here. I think that's what Jeremy's thinking about. The problem is if Boots thinks Jeremy can have hands like ace-jack of spades, ace-10 of spades, who would choose to check raise here.
Yeah, so I think I saw the all-in button go in there.
Yeah, so this is the patented check call, check raise line with a set here.
It is patented. Is it still pending? Not sure, but
I don't like patents.
it is. That's pretty much the line I take. So, all right, set of 3 is going to pay off here for Jeremy. Now, had it been Tuesday and he hit quads, that would have been paying off our TCH quads.
Cash him out.
Jackpot. Unfortunately, he only hit a set here, so he's just. And it's on Monday, so it's deuces. So quad deuces on Monday, quad 3s on Tuesday, quad 4s.
Mike, are you going to play this 500K guarantee?
Well, now that I have time, I might be able to set up, like, the potential to line up, like, at least, like, stakers or something for it.
Can we clear your schedule here?
Yeah, like, it's...
Me and Nick from Yuma. If we can get Nick from Yuma in chat, we'll chop up
toss in your
backing
you. Line up, like a... one of those online staking kind of deals. Like, group source it or something.
Yeah, or you could do third. You could do third for you, third for me, third for Nick from Yuma.
It's a really great investment here on this time. Like,
especially if you want to vlog it.
Now that would be quite an experience. So let's just try to see if I could create enough hilarious vlog content that.
Got the straddle to 20 on here from Sparks. Looks like Jeremy left some chips in the middle.
I'd try to do an Apollo kind of thing, but you can't replicate how hilarious that fucking guy is.
He's pretty hilarious off the riff, too.
Yeah,
he just
it's
goes.
it's not like a character. Like you generally can sense that that's like himself, and I think there's.
He kind of looks like 20 years old at the same time as like 45 years old.
It's really incredible. It's like a walking contradiction, and he's just, unabashed. Like there's no. I mean, but he's also just really talented too. Like even at like poker raps or whatever, but it's more unique than I think some of the stuff that's out there. That
Yeah, he's got a good combination, I think, of talent and as well as honesty. I think he's a lot more honest than a lot of
it's
what you
just
see
like
in
I
the
played
poker
like
world.
dog shit today. There we go.
Yeah, he's not just only showing his wins.
Yeah, just like I just was punting today. ATX Poker, can you buy in Dogecoin? Boy, at this rate, it's starting to look that way. Went up like a whole cent here today, Pape. All right.
Is that why you didn't sleep? You were just checking, just
No,
refreshing?
I slept. I got to raise up here by max, so I'll take out the blinds. I'm typically not going to bed until like 3, 4, or 5, so I have a really bizarre kind of just... Yeah, like you were saying, too, like I think this game just tends to... unless you're like you're really super disciplined, like it just I don't know anybody that's just like, yep, got a healthy 10 hours here and just
Well, especially after a poker stream, which is, very intensive mentally, and then it's pretty stimulating. You're not going to just come home and zonk it.
It's really especially tough after like you get like a big basketball game and I'm all charged up because they're just yelling about dunks and they're just like. It's not easy to just go home and it's like, all right, I'm going to take out the Bible and just be really, like normally, like back in the old days, just like, hey, go to a bar, go get some wings, chill. Not quite ready for that, but
I think Gordon opened there with the Snorlax being in the big blind. Wonder if that created some kind of dynamic there.
yeah, let's keep an eye on that. Get Mike Youngblood here with Robert Pape. It's been as long as I can remember being here. I can remember you being here on the cash game streets.
Yeah, this is a really tough lineup. This is, in my opinion, probably one of the toughest lineup streams. And people may not agree with me, but that's kind of the beauty of poker. Everyone has their opinion. Everyone thinks everyone's better or worse than they actually are, and
it's just not like there's not a tremendous like skill edge for. Like, you all have really good, competent players that...
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to put anyone on blast, but...
No, I mean...
I'm not sure there are many more players that are, like, as profitable as a lot of these guys sitting down right now.
There's Gordon here with a raise up. Caitlin here with King Queen. Flops the overs and a straight draw. Been on a tear as of late.
Interesting choosing to continue here on a 9-10-5. And then an interesting fold from Caitlin. I think that's certainly a hand you can check call, or I think I'd prefer to check raise with.
There's Steven, the Mr. Delivery. Again, I've got Robert Pape joining us, bringing his insight and wisdom here to the stream.
Is he moved here?
I think he's just like some folks who just can kind of travel back and forth.
Very good player, I noticed. Only played with him once or twice, but I've watched him on stream. Very, very good player.
No, watch out. You're going to get yourself needled here pretty strongly. So, Ernesto Mark Cuban says Doge, $1. Like, I would be shocked if that ever happened.
I heard Doge is only... I heard, like, 5 to 10 people own, like, way too much of a majority of the coin.
Uh-huh.
And... you're just taking on a lot of risk. Like if they choose to sell,
it's just entirely worth nothing then.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people getting in now are basically trying to just double it. So.
Yeah, I got it at less than a penny. I mean, not like it's been for what I threw in a decent payoff, but like I don't mess around with crypto streets often, so got a good tip that was like, hey, this might be a thing. So all right, we got diamond draw here for Chase, who turns it. Is going to lead on and probably get everybody to full. But yeah, it was sort of just like this. I can't take this thing seriously, but at least that there's sort of like just enough there that I can squeeze just a little bit of money off it. So just
Well, let's see
figuring
if
out-
we can get card outs to start doing a little Bitcoin payment, direct deposit.
that. I mean, that might be the future, and maybe it's time that happens. But it seems living pretty fat. Do you follow all that stuff really closely? Is that like your wheelhouse, or like what?
I follow it pretty closely, and I
Because-
definitely have friends that are way smarter than me that follow it closer than I do.
I just don't seem to find any really good, concrete information on Doge, which makes me so skeptical of it, because you just try to search social media. It's just scam artists and promoters and stuff versus, like, here's tangible info that you
Man,
can...
and if you click one of those links, too, on accident, then, like, all your YouTube ads are even scammier.
It's just the most brutal stuff becomes in your ads. Like, you're just trying to watch a good good newspaper article, and it's the smuttiest thing you've ever seen.
Top pair.
Maybe that's just me.
And nut flush draw here from Matt F. And Chase is going to defend with an 8.
That's...
And good for Chase, who did not turn a 9 or the 9 of hearts. This is definitely going to be a 3-street candidate here for Matt F. with Ace King of Hearts. I think Chase is thinking about, if he calls here, the likelihood of having to face another bet on the river. Can't feel great with an 8 here.
No, that's... Yeah, some players get stuck in the spot, and I got a feeling Chase, feeling maybe a little stubborn, will probably inevitably make the fold. As
I think when you take this long as well, you're kind of you kind of have to fold, because I think if Matt is choosing to bluff with like a Jack Queen suited or even heart draw here, I think he's just too good to pick up on the fact that Chase doesn't look that happy about his hand. If anything, raising is almost better just for how long you've taken.
it's kind of like a curveball, so
And Chase is definitely capable of those curveballs.
we'll see what direction Matt F decides to go with this. 745 in the middle.
And some 2 pairs and weird straights are going to get there. But I think this hand's just way, way too strong to check back. Chase doesn't hold a heart in his hand, so he may find a call here. But what you don't want to do, you don't want to call on the turn and then kind of convince yourself you have to call on the river.
It's just a gross feeling in a game like this. So
good fold from Chase there.
Hey, we got E. McKenzie here in the house at Top Level Poker on Instagram. He's going to be having a meetup game and live stream the following Thursday.
He could vlog the
He would
tournament.
be an interesting vlog choice.
Yeah, he's got a little celebrity aura to him.
I
think he just got a fresh haircut too.
Yeah, that's really the biggest keys. You got to have trap music. You've got to have the drive-up scene to the place that you're playing to.
I mean, do you see James Harden new haircut? I mean,
actually,
look how well the Nets are doing.
New cut. What was it?
And then Embiid missed the All-Star game because of the barber. He knows that haircut could have got him the All-Star MVP.
It had to go to Giannis, but I imagine he probably actually didn't mind being like, you mean I don't have to go to this damn game, and I could just go hang out with my kid and my wife. I was kind of surprised there was that much enthusiasm, because I would have thought the way this season has gone, a lot of these guys are just going to be so thankful they got
I'm
a
expecting
week off.
Jeremy to just flap tens here. It was just with kind of how he's played.
Yeah, we got a big multi-way pot here.
My gosh,
Everybody
we have
with some
3
hands.
pocket pairs and we have 3 queen jack suiteds.
Oh, the hell with the All-Star game. We got a big hand here, so we'll see if this board
At least
connects
there's not
with
2 queen of hearts in the deck. We got a queen of diamonds and a queen of hearts out there. Oh, there's a jack.
Yeah, king, 7, jack. So all the queen jacks get there. The case jack out there with some backdoor spades, I guess, potentially for sparks. And this may get all the way through here unless Jeremy. No, it's like I'm not betting into 5 people with 10s on this board. The club, yet nobody with a club in this hand either.
No, I think Chaz has the 6 of clubs.
Oh, yep, okay. You're
It's
right.
going to be pretty tough for Chase here if he faces some calls or raises.
Boots is out. Matt F is out. No Sparks.
Sparks has to think his jack could be live here for sure. Okay, now there's no clubs left. Conservative fold here for the tens. Behind the jacks though.
3-ball here.
I'm
on
expecting
the
this just goes check check. Sparks may think that Chase has a lot of misdraws here. And also doesn't want to bet and get called by a king. Maybe ace jack he can bet here.
Yeah, and
Goes for about a 200.
Chase decided to do an old checky raise. I mean, sometimes you, again, we'll throw a little curveball. This is just going to be about call and choppy. Hey, shout out JTN1968, $10 super chat. Time to add to Mikey's bankroll. Appreciate you very, very much.
Yeah, no, we're going to get you in this tournament. We got to just decide if you're going to vlog it or not. You may
Yeah.
not want to. You may want to conserve the energy, but
You know,
you may want to show your kids this vlog one day.
someday they'll be like, Dad, how much of a lunatic and weirdo were you? I'm like, just hold on. Let me just find the video.
Yeah, it's like, not only did I win this tournament, you know, I was praying to Jesus every all in, and I was holding on to this picture.
I mean, there was many middle fingers tossed up in the air.
Yeah,
There was many haters out there shriveling to dust. There's people running in fear and running in no, that's. Nicholas Quinn does ask though, can you guys explain the details behind the 400K multi-site event, please? Can you play in Dallas? Yeah, you can play in Dallas. You can play in Houston. You can play in Austin. You can play in Rio Grande Valley. As there'll be multiple flights on day ones.
That's Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. The exact times and details will be released most likely tomorrow.
Do we have a blind structure yet?
That is probably a good question. That will be, I'm sure, answered tomorrow.
I'd like to see 40-minute levels day one and 60-minute levels day two.
That would be
It's going to be a pretty long day two, though, if you're going to combine all those flights.
Yeah, that would make it probably. I don't know if you'd be able to have like a day 3 on a Monday. It just seems kind of not.
Practical.
But again, 500K guarantee. Again, day 1 spread out 3 days, and then the day 2 will be on Sunday at Dallas. So I mean, you're just preparing in mind that no matter where you play, the day 2 is going to be at Dallas.
Interesting check here from Matt as the opener to check this board that just really favors him. Being a little bit tricky. Jeremy maybe get curious here. Don't blame him for calling with the king.
Does
See if Matt wants to check call here or bet for value. I mean, Jeremy possesses the king of hearts. He may just think it's good and turn it over, yeah, so he checks back. Definitely a spot that you can bet, especially like 3/4 to over the pot there.
so. Yeah. Hey, I know there's people just kind of piling on in. So again, it's a 500K guaranteed, multi-flight, multi-day, multi-site event with day 1 Dallas, Houston, Austin, Rio Grande Valley. Then the day 2 can be played down to in Dallas. It's an $800 buy-in. I mean, I think with the $800 buy-in, I could see that going well over 500K. If that, I imagine we would probably have the final table streamed.
Yeah, I don't think
I mean, I might
800 's
just
much
be
more
up
than
there on
500.
Sunday anyway. By that point, just be hopefully with a bullet in it and dollar bills, y'all.
I think I may just play the day 1 in Dallas and stay in Dallas.
Yeah, you can make a whole day of it too. So it's just like you have that variety. Like, hey, maybe you're just gonna happen to be in Houston, or maybe you're gonna be happen down in the Valley.
So Chase just choosing to flat button versus cutoff here with ace jack. And Bones is going to like that flop. He's going to continue for, looks like 40, 45.
As
Looks like Chase is just going to fold. Bones, stoic as ever.
as always,
I thought he'd been trolling me for the last year about the sauna,
really.
but he told me that he hits the sauna like 3 to 5 times a week.
Oh, really?
Yeah, shout out to Bones. That's my strategy tip.
Yeah, that When I used to go to, what was the big place, the Lifetime Fitness.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was just the best. Or I
Yeah.
think
What a life.
like Gold's Gym especially, it was just
I mean, I am.
great to just get a good sweat out of you. Like it feels unbelievable.
Yeah. This is what's defining my apartment move right now is proximity to sauna.
You're looking out for what's
I
important.
actually just went into a sauna today. I like demoed out this apartment sauna.
Are you into the cryo freeze stuff too? Like
I've done the cryo as well.
there's one place here as okay, we got a hand developing as Caitlin opens here with pocket tens, Bones.
Bones like, you know what? You're opening too wide, and King 10 is just a great 3-bet here. And I like King 10 suited here in position against Caitlin.
Yeah, it's.
I don't think Caitlin's going to fold 10s, but
No, that's.
Bones is probably going to win this pot.
Oh,
I
top
spoke way
set
too
here
soon.
as cool alert.
This is another set for Caitlin.
So we'll see how
Bones may check back here.
Yeah, I doubt on this specific board there's ever
I
going to be a
think
check back.
Bones would need the deck to breeze and blow off the table here for him to win this pot here.
As a raise up here to 6 is.
So Bones possessing the 10, which I think would be in a lot of Caitlin's check raise, is actually pretty disastrous here for Casey because a lot of the hands she would choose to raise would be like 9-10 suited and Jack-10 suited.
And I got some sets here, but it's also with the check here. Probably your thing is probably right that it's once it slows down here with the ace of clubs.
This still looks really strong though because she has to basically have a bluff that then decides to just purely give up to check turn, check river. But a lot of her flop check raises that aren't bluffs are still going to be okay on this ace of clubs turn.
So Bones going to fire 1.1K. And the case 10 out there on the flop and deuce of clubs here on the end. So Bones could potentially win this if he barrels at this.
Barreling Bones may turn his hand into a bluff here. He has about 3,000 behind with about 4K in the pot. The thing is, a club river, if he thinks that Caitlin has a hand like pocket sixes, well, if she has pocket threes or pocket tens, she can't have a club. And if she has pocket sixes with the 6 of clubs, it's going to be pretty tough to call here. And Bones knows that he has aces and Caitlin doesn't. And Bones may think that Caitlin doesn't have enough like suited kings with the king of clubs.
Uh-huh. So this is not a typical line here, but it's one that she's going to give up the set. Bones, just see what
Really
which card
good
you're
play
gonna
from
show.
Bones here.
He's going to show the 10.
Yeah, so she knows. Well, actually, no. I was going to say she knows she can't. She could have won. But okay, he shows both there.
What a river bluff there by Bones to take the pot himself. And that's just a fantastic bet. I credit to him.
We need a poker out loud of that hand right there.
That is
what's
what
going through Casey's hand. Or head.
That would have been really interesting to go through that thought process because, yeah, I said somebody in the chat had asked that, and I wanted to get back to it because.
Have you seen the newest episode? The vlogger
yeah,
edition?
the vlogger one. Like I didn't. Vibes put up a video. Rampage put up a video. I haven't watched those, but like I saw the first edition.
That play, by the way, from Casey was so high level.
That
I
was
stand by my
unbelievable.
how
Bluff
tough
of the
this
night.
lineup is.
And he gave everybody the price of admission here on that hand.
He's like, I don't know. I just I was hoping she folded there.
But yeah, the poker out loud, especially, it's just, like Berkey. I've watched some of the vlogcasts and just kind of gotten his overview. It's just like he's very like nice in the sense that he like recognizes that it's a really difficult for anybody to come on through and just articulate their process in such a way that is compelling. And then you have Landon Tice breaking down hypotheticals. And it was like super valuable because you're probably for your player at the table, you're going like, come on, hey man. But
no,
he's taking you through like
definitely
one extra variable that not maybe everybody's thinking about as far as like, okay, if I'm in late position here and.
Well, he's going to give you more help than just if you have this exact hand, do exactly what I do, which is going to be hard to replicate no matter who you are. He's giving you this whole range of outcomes and his way of thinking. Looks like Chase is going to take it down there with an open to 80 over the straddle.
There will be, looks like.
I think Caitlin took a break after that hand.
Yeah, I mean,
Bones
that's.
just shows the bluff. It's ruthless.
Yeah, it's just the ace of clubs becomes a perfect card for Casey in the sense of, like, it's believable after the turn bet that he could have, say, like, ace queen with the queen of clubs or ace king with the king of clubs. And
Well, think about, so the 10 that was out there was the club. So think about hands. You made a really good point. She chose to check raise the flop, but then she checked the turn. Like, what hands does she actually check the turn with after check raising the flop?
yeah, because and it is kind of a scare card, but it is also like, you're maybe worried about some flush combos there, but you get probably more information about the strength of your hand betting the turn than by checking, which you relinquish control of it. And I think that's probably the part that when she reviews it, we'll come to the realization towards. But, not every player will take that line to try to totally blast off the hand. So it's more of a, like, salute to Bones for just making two really strong bets.
Caitlin had Bones covered as well, too, so Bones is risking a stack there.
So
Just really good awareness of ranges and he knows that Caitlin's a really high-level player herself.
absolutely. As we've got Max on the raise up here to...
Looks like 65.
Yeah. Matt here with ace queen himself, going to put in the 3-bet.
I like seeing these hands when two players possess the same hand.
Yeah, it's one
Just
of
like see how it plays out.
Are there ever time? I mean, sometimes there are some moments where the board becomes so concrete that, like, you're up against nutted hands. Like, do you ever put that in your rationale? Sometimes you might be up against the player actually holding a similar hand than you, say, like in position. Like,
You definitely can't discount it, right?
Right.
And it's more than just saying, oh, I have like equity to chop the pot, right?
Yep.
And there's often more combos of the exact hand. I mean, people dismiss it so quickly because you immediately block someone from having your exact hand so easily, but there's a couple of combos of ace queen out there for sure.
so bet call. Jack here on the turn. So I mean, any
like this hand's
drama
locked
that's
up.
left in this hand is pretty much it. Like,
We could get a promotion here, like a quad jacks here.
afraid that's. I mean, we used to have like the high hand of the hour was for first stretch. Now it's the quads jackpot, and there may be something else in the works. Yeah, just keep your eyes and ears tuned. If you want to know what all these latest promotions are, you could be the first to know, Rob, by following
Very interesting check back
TCH.ATX.
for Matt on the turn, by the way.
Oh,
I'm not sure that when people check this board back on the turn, if they ever bet river, I don't know if it's ever bluff, but
So that just means any all-in
wow.
Yeah, they're just going to go check all the way through. They're maybe thinking they're trapping each other, but we'll split it on up as...
Maybe it's just a lot bigger fear of getting check raised there, but very surprised you checked twice there.
Moose Duty, landed Tice is being on poker out loud next to the other players, an excellent example of leveling in poker. Period. Maritime law. Okay. But yeah, I need to kind of go back and watch some of the old seasons. Like I saw the one where Berkey was trying to set up Chin for the slow roll. I thought that was pretty hysterical. But
Yeah, with kings versus jacks.
yeah, it was. Yeah,
It's
really
funny because he coaches Chen. It's like when you know players, tendencies
so-
so well, like
It's just that is it's a cool dynamic that they have, that they still have the ability to understand each other and needle each other.
yeah, but the camaraderie that they have at that whole house. I mean, Berkey has like 5 people living in his house at any given
I don't
day.
know how I can barely stand to be with one other person in a household. I don't know how I can handle it.
I think it keeps him young,
It's a possibility.
but I think it's like one of the biggest like underrated things in poker is like camaraderie and having some close friends that you
Yeah.
can not only discuss strategy with. Like everyone talks about, get in those Slack groups, get in all those Discords and talk hands. It's if you can befriend someone who is at a similar stake to you, you need someone to just be there for you when you're losing. To be there for you when you're winning.
Be accountable in a way that's respectable. That it's just sort of like if you've got somebody who's emotionally on a wrong pendulum and it's leading them into bad decisions, to be able to be like, hey, you can trust that when I give you advice, it's from a good place and not a
sometimes you just need someone to listen. I mean, there's so much that goes into playing poker that's outside of the actual just strategy of the game. Oh,
all right, we
he's
got
dealing out the bomb pot here.
Back here with a single board as we gather round kicks.
This looks like Matt. This is one of the best dealers in Austin, in my opinion.
Really? Is it Jade or wait?
This is skateboarder Matt here.
Skateboarder Matt is like one of the coolest guys too.
He's looked the same for about, I want to say 25 years.
Really, I think so.
Yeah. He actually may just be 25, but
he could possibly be. It could just be like
could be 45.
When he turned 10, he took right to form, and he just looked like a grown man, and he's been that ever since. So, all right, Bones here with top 2.
Really good turn for Bones here.
Matt here with a gutter ball, now a wheel draw. So,
if you're gonna call in position here with a gutter, you probably need to have some bluffs here, especially when it gets heads up. So whether you're going to call here and then bluff river or raise here and bluff river.
5 here on the end.
It's kind of a gross card for Casey.
That it is.
He may find a check call. I mean, he unblocks Queen 10 and like potential wraps that Matt F could have. The problem is Matt F can easily have a wrap with backdoor hearts. Yeah, so I think
Matt probably also thinking there too that Bones might have the same type of lines like that. It's like his jack could still be.
The problem with if Matt was planning to just hit the 10 there, it's different than hold'em, and especially in a bomb pot. Like Casey's just not gonna pay off Matt enough if like a 10 of clubs comes in the turn.
We were talking about Berkey living with other people. It doesn't hurt that his house is huge. They all have their own wing. I guess that's fair. Like, if you have enough space to get away from each other, like that seems like a not bad deal.
Yeah, and half these guys are putting in 12 hours a day at the Bellagio, so.
Yeah, it's not,
And Berkey's in the sauna 1 hour a day, and.
Yeah, doing that 75-day challenge or whatever it was, so.
Yeah, posting shirtless pics.
Yeah, that is quite an ambitious stretch. But if you're feeling ambitious, we're going to play out in our tournament series. Again, we have the WPT Step Series. Our weeklies, 180 plus 20. It was like this past weekend was 165. So at the conclusion of every month, we'll have a Step 2, which is something that, hey, you don't have to qualify for. Multi-reentry, you can buy in. $20K guarantee on those on Sunday, with the winner of those tournaments advancing to the Step 3 semi-annual final, with Step 4 being the WPT Steps Championship. So check out all the details.
When is that final tournament?
It's on a cruise in October. I think somewhere between like the 10th and something on that.
And you win a whole package, like to go.
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
cruise
It's
and
like
to get
the whole package is worth like $12,000. So
top 2 here for Matt.
Looks
like Chase is just going to check fold.
Yeah, October 3rd through the 10th aboard the Royal Caribbean Allure of the Seas.
So you guys think you'll be running satellites to the 500K guarantee as well?
That is a great question, and that's a good one to write down if there is going to be. That I got a thumbs up and hi there, buddy.
Looks like we're running satellites.
We got a nice good doggo that just walked on in. So I've thought about bringing my dog in here, but I just don't know how he would do.
Bryson brought his dog in today.
Yeah, it was yesterday too, and I gave him a good pet. So I feel that he is. So, yeah, I thought about bringing my dog in here. I just don't know if he would want to sit for 4 hours. He would probably start whining after 1. So, and then I would just call him a chat pro and tell him to be quiet. And
if he's a chat pro, he should go play in the game.
Yeah, he's watched a lot of these episodes, so he's picked up a lot of knowledge. So. Getting a lot of knowledge here from Robert Pape, joining us here for commentary here for Monday 5:10. Make sure to subscribe if you have not. We stream on Mondays and Thursdays here for Cash in Austin. Sunday's a tournament final table. And with TCH Dallas, we launched the first stream on Saturday. Check out the archive on that. We'll be figuring out a schedule on that for consistently soon. But the wheels are in motion here, folks. So you could be seeing TCH live 5-6 times a week now.
Looks like the 40 straddle is on, and so we're seeing a 105 open from Gordon. Matt F is going to flat. Chase is going to pitch the queen 9. Yeah, so the 20-40 double straddle was on. And Boots is going to defend, getting a good price with the 6-7. Also, if you guys can't make it out on the stream, just come play at Card House any other day. I mean, especially a lot of these players are going to be here almost all the other days anyway if you want to challenge them.
That's right. And step on up. I'm sure if you've got the chops. All right, we've got a bet, or probably a bet coming here from Matt F.
Yeah,
Excuse me, Max, or what the hell am I talking about? It's Gordon.
Yeah,
Gordon leading out of Matt calling.
When Boots calls from the straddle and then Matt just flats behind, most of the aces are going to be in Gordon's range. He may just decide to shut down, though, when the board pairs the turn here. Matt's definitely going to have way more 9s. Matt choosing to check back, though. With the front door flush missing, Gordon may decide to check call river here. But we've seen Matt not really bet that thin for value here on rivers. I think he'll bet here, though. He chops with ace queen, ace jack. And it's unlikely that Gordon has ace king here, checking turn. This is a spot where Gordon probably knows that the river's underbluffed and people aren't value betting thin enough. But he has no hearts, so he may just convince him that he has to call. Yeah.
That's all right. I'm not going to take it down here. All right, we're at a kind of conservative 63 likes right now. I know there's about 660 of you tuning in right now. Make sure to smash, crush, just totally obliterate the like button in droves. Tell your mama, tell your friends. TCH Live is back yet here again. Monday. Mike Youngblood here with Robert Page, super producer Carolyn, as always. At the controls, giving the backbone of this show the gift it deserves. So, hey.
Shout out to super producer Carolyn.
Always. I don't feel like we heap so much praise that you're like nauseated by it. It's just like, I get it. But no, she does a great job. So.
Is she chained to her desk over there?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
We allow her like an hour of sunlight per day.
I don't know if I should have said that.
No, that's. Robert's been just dragged out of the studio. It's conspiracy.
Replaced by a dog.
I can't talk about it. Okay, no, that's. All right.
So Chaz was telling me that one of his Pokemon boxes. This is an unopened box of cards. I mean,
like okay.
there could actually be a cheeseburger inside instead of Pokemon cards. He said it was $20,000.
$20,000 for an unopened.
I told him I wanted to buy one. How do you feel about that as an investment?
I mean, everything now seems to have some kind of collector's value. Like, that's why I'm trying to get us into the merchandising biz. So, like, 10 years from now, I'll be able to just auction it because there'll be somebody that wants, like, TCH Live the lunchbox.
So this is what makes Boots such a phenomenal player here. So
Boots rules.
He is picking up on probably a wide button open here from Jeremy, and then just a call from Chase, and he just says, I don't even need to look at my hand here. I'm going to win the pot. But yeah, the pricing's really interesting for these Pokemon card boxes. Like, there's probability of the more valuable cards, like the Charizards and the Blastoises, hitting. But then there's this human element of, well, it's a mystery box. It could be anything. Yeah. That's worth something.
It could even be tickets.
It could be 2 Charizards.
It could be...
it could be a boat.
Could be a boat. That's what it was. That was...
tickets to a comedy club?
That was a Family Guy. Like,
yeah, that was when Family Guy was good.
That was like those first like 2 or 3 seasons where it was just like, yeah, this is really edgy and creative and interesting, and then it just kind of became a parody of itself.
That style of humor definitely like affected my social life. I feel like it was the just purely random humor.
Yeah.
And then you kind of have these into conversations, like meeting new people, and
like I haven't seen the show, or that they just don't.
Yeah, they don't get the reference. You look so weird.
Or the vibe of it, that it's just.
All right, Chase isn't happy about that 3-bet last hand. He's calling, and Boots just doesn't care.
Yeah.
Can't read Boots. And Max is going to look down at 6-8 off and probably just fold here.
That's all right. Chase here with the 10-8 off.
And he calls reluctantly.
So we'll push on through here as
Boots is just way more perceptive than you would think. Like, he's just sitting there, and he's smarter and more observant than you realize.
yeah,
Like, he wins so many pots that other people wouldn't win, and he picks up on things that other people wouldn't pick up on.
it's very. You say it's just kind of like an intuition that you could just try to gather stuff really quickly and piece together. Because I don't know. I think like a lot of players, you can surmise at least what they're made of to a degree, or what how along the lines they tend to think about things. And Boots, I've just not been able to get a feel for how to categorize a style, because you can just be like, hey, there's a type player, is a GTO player, blah blah blah. Like there's seemingly a lot of labels we can throw, but him, I just it's a wrecking ball. I think is probably a way to describe it.
Yeah, does a lot of things right.
Damn straight.
All right, so straddle's off this hand. Be curious to see what people are going to size pre-flop here. 10-handed's pretty tough, no straddle.
We got a word on here now that the 7 deuce bounty is on for $25 each. So the 7 deuce is on.
Well, we just saw Jeremy open it from the button, but maybe that was before the bounty was on, or?
That's not sure.
I predict someone wins the bounty.
They're at least gonna go for it. Like it's just once the blood's in the water, these players can't resist it. Like it's more fun than winning with aces, isn't it? All right, the second pair here for.
I mean, they could have any. They could even have a boat, Mikey.
I could instead of some tickets to some crappy comedy club.
Let's see if Caitlin decides to defend Chase's bet here. She has a player behind, but she does have backdoor spades and backdoor straight draw as well. And there's a straight and flush out. Don't really like Chase's bet here or sizing on the turn. You're giving Caitlin a really good price, and you're not really getting worse to fold, and she completes the backdoor flush. Wow. So she's going to go for the check call lead line, which is also patented, very strong. I don't mind it here in this spot, and she's going to take it down.
Now scoop all the money, as had a tough hand with bones, and recovering here as we see our V-pips is Big Daddy Chaz holding down the Lottie line at 15%, and him and Sparks is.
Yeah, I mean, he also played the biggest hand of the night, though, so
Yes.
he's doing fine over there.
Oh, yeah. It's a small sample size of hands. There's like less than 50, I think, that we've had so far. So.
Also, VFIP isn't just like the end-all be-all. There's still like, stats like aggression frequency, and Chaz has already shown. Oh, got the right card.
We'll see if that.
He's put in like more 3 and 4 bets pre-flop, I think, than any other player so far. And if not tonight, definitely like in the stream.
It's very rare that he's ever like his VPIP's below like 20. There are some tables where like the action just tends to flow through a couple of different ones. So like early on, you just get these really
hold on,
skewed.
Mikey. We got kings versus ace
boy.
king, big blind versus straddle. So it's not just the hands here; it's the positions too. We have kind of weak. God on is gonna be wanting to get some revenge with the kings here again.
Or I can call him Kyle Guidon.
So I think it's reasonable to have some 4-bets that aren't this strong, especially button versus straddle when it goes limp there. Interesting to see what Matt thinks about it. We saw him, I think, stack off quite lightly with queens. And, okay, he just gets it in with ace-king there.
Well, Gordon, was on the wrong,
Oh, no, we got
wrong
twice.
end of it.
I think I saw 2 fingers here.
Yeah, it's 2 boards, so we'll see. Can Gordon beat ace-king this time? Wasn't able to first. Now his chance for revenge is King's going to hold up on that board against ace-king. Let's try it again.
Chase did fold an ace. Both of the aces may be gone.
There's a king. Yep, that's okay. So set here for Godon.
And he's going to win both here.
Yeah, that's a scoop here for 4.1K as it got stacked a little bit early on and on the comeback trail, just like the Virginia Cavaliers in 2019 against Purdue. Remember Carson Edwards? That was one of the best games, I think, of the tournament.
Plays for the Celtics now?
Yeah, I don't even know if plays is probably not.
I had Purdue winning it all that year. I was so mad.
I know. I was such a big Carson Edwards believer too. And he was
Well,
so
and
fun
they
to
had that
watch.
tall white dude.
Oh yeah,
The Scandinavian dude or European dude.
yeah,
Who was
I think
actually
that's
just
kinda what they're-
terrible, but
Yeah, I know it narrows it down quite a bit. Purdue, yeah, it's like college basketball. Like I just lose names so quickly, but
Baylor's going to win it all this year, right?
probably there at Gonzaga. Hoping my Iowa Hawkeyes, but nonetheless,
They got a tall white guy.
they do a couple of them. Let's see here, as $20 straddle going to be put out here by Sparks.
Do you follow that Barstool Sports Lucy from Iowa? She
She
does all
not
the sport
really.
content.
I follow some of their platforms and I just kind of loosely pay attention to it, but I don't generally listen to the podcasts out of that network.
Yeah, there's too many podcasts.
There's just so many that it's just I can only narrow in on so many that I feel like I get some value from or truly enjoy.
I think this is Chaz's favorite hand, if I'm not mistaken. Jack 10.
Yes, Jack 10, Gord. Oh, that's a 10-9. I think it was either 10-9 or.
Gordon posturing like he's going to 3-bet, but he's not. And quick call from out here on the big blind. And Sparks is going to let it go in the straddle. We're going to go 3 ways to a flop.
All right.
I think Chaz is going to win this one. Oh, no, it's 2 clubs.
Yeah, Gordon's got ace-high clubs at first act with 2 players.
This is a spot multi-way that I'd be curious to see what Gordon thinks about check raising versus calling here with the player behind.
Looks
Looks like he's reaching for calling chips.
deuce.
If this goes check and a club non-club river, I'd expect Chaz to bet river and win a lot of the time. Okay, so it goes check, and if it comes not a club, 3 is kind of bad. 3 is going to make it harder for pairs to fold, but that may just make Chaz size up. And Gordon still loses to ace-jack and ace-queen. And I think Chaz is just going to bet here most of the time. I would expect... Okay, now he gives up. I think he thinks Gordon's just too tight. He also beats some club hands, but really interesting to see Chaz open that hand under the gun and then check back river. Yeah, I think he's mad about that. You can see.
Continue here, TCH Live. Again, if you're just tuning in, a $500K guaranteed tournament's been announced on April 8th through the 11th. We'll have more details up there on our social media at TexasCardHouse.com. But again, multi-day, multi-flight, multi-site with day 2, the finale, all going to be in Dallas. So wherever you play day 1, whether it be Houston, Austin, Dallas, Rio Grande Valley, just prepare yourself for day 2 in Dallas. So $800 buy-in, likely have satellites for it, and hopefully info with blind instruction, all that great stuff will be available soon. If you think that's great news, you're excited about it, smash that like button.
And if you want to vlog it,
Pape's your guy. We want to see somebody go all out here for it.
Can we confirm right now? Can we get your schedule cleared for
I
that
could probably... I mean, the only thing... It would probably be trying to figure out when I would play the day one because likely one of that Friday would be like a Lake Travis baseball or softball game. So Saturday sometimes kind of tricky. So it'd be like Thursday would maybe make the most sense, but it's
So
so
this
it's
is
so
this
tough
is
because
Sparks
like
attacking what he thinks is a weak hand and Chase limping, and then what he thinks is kind of like a wide ISO for Matt in the small blind. Really perceptive from Sparks to pick up on this. And King Jack is a great hand here to do that with. Double blocking a lot of strong hands that Matt F could have.
that's all right.
And while this doesn't seem like necessarily the most fun board to bet on, I think as Sparks, you have to think about, that the times that you have like worse than King Jack and trying to just win the pot immediately. Matt looks like he's going to turn his hand into a bluff here. Nope.
No, it looks like Sparks gave him a little suspicious look there. Like, what?
I didn't see that Matt actually had flopped a pair.
Yeah, that's the tough part about this. People don't quite understand. Is sometimes like you're sometimes reading the board here, and you're also like trying to read the graphics at the same time. So you can misread it and misspeak for a second. It's all right.
Sparks now has the best hand. I don't know how good he feels about it. Matt may think he's up against a lot of ace-king and ace-queen. He may think he's betting for value here. Sparks definitely can't fold for that price.
Yes.
Sparks just doesn't want to see like pocket eights there when he could have raised, but yeah. So Matt shows his hand. Have you played much with Matt F? Is he new to the stream?
Looks.
Played a couple. Okay.
Okay. So farmer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He's a farmer?
No, his last name is Farmer.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome if he's a farmer.
I mean, there was, when I used to play like home games in Iowa, there would be people that would just be known as their title. So it'd be a guy like the barber or the farmer or
it's real old school.
really interesting characters. John Ragor talking a lot of smack. Okay, I think you're just overreacting, sir. No worries, man. Just chill out. Be groovy or get out of here, man. That's my philosophy.
You'd make a good party host, Mike.
Exactly, man. Just
Bones choosing to fold
if
the
only
King
I
Jack
really
there.
enjoyed being around groups of people.
Gordon's definitely going to open ace-10 from the cutoff. I don't think the straddle's on. Looks like he chose 35. Yeah.
Yep.
Looked like Chaz was folding there, but he called.
Sorry, top pair here for Gordon. Backdoor spades.
Yeah, Chaz is going to not give Gordon any more money here.
Will not give him a red cent to go ahead and take it down. Derek Steer-Widener, I'll see you in Austin for the final table, hopefully. No, the final table would be in Dallas. So
Can we also confirm that I can get 33% of you and maybe Nick from Yuma can take the other third? Or
I can if you've asked for the first 33%, like I'll pencil you down for it. All right.
Oh yeah, pencil down.
Pencil down. You've got my good friend Matthew Schultz saying Andre the Russian. You buy me Heineken. We used to play like PLO games in this Northeast Iowa bar along the pool tables, and I went set into quads against this Russian guy for I think would have been like a $50 pot. So I had to get him a Heineken after that because I felt kind of shitty. It was a fun guy to play cards with, especially my younger days. But that's how I got into poker. 2005, 2006 is just bar tournaments and.
Boots opening the 9-10 suited here. Nope, 9-10 offsuit. You just can't read Boots. Caitlin picking up monsters. Electing to just call.
All right, well, here.
Feeling a bit trappy here.
And I think kind of the unpredictability factor here with Boots. They both missed. Caitlin here with a strong bit, but no real backdoors or anything to.
Is that a coffee in Boots' hand, or he had a coffee and he subbed it out for?
Is it like a dip
beverage?
cup? Is that like a spitting cup or?
No, I don't think.
No, or is that just like that might be just a little liquor? Bet 85. Caitlin gonna float here. There's now a trickier turn card as a pretty connected board, 2 spades.
It's tough to play against if she's going to call with ace high there. It's tough. I really like that she recognizes that the 6 is going to be a lot better for her in all likelihood than it is going to be for Boots. And she's just going to choose to lead out here. She's like, my hand doesn't matter as much. I'm going to get you to fold right here. And if Boots decides to call, then I think Caitlin's going to fire river as well.
Boots thinking here as...
I don't know how much Boots has played with Caitlin.
Yeah, and he's just going to go take the path of least resistance. Great bet by Caitlin on the turn to take away the bluff opportunity there for Boots and takes it down as trying to keep up with everybody here in the chat. Sup, Victoria joining us. Hello. How you doing? You doing good? Maritime Law, as always. Moose Duty.
Shout out to Christy Arnett and Andrew Moreno. They're in the building right now, I think. Or they were in the building.
Yeah, Nick from you, but yeah, I didn't like that. So let's... You get like 1 strike there, sir. Shut the F off. So just 1. But other than that, I think, hey, we're having a great night here. It's had a really good show. This has been
I'm a little starstruck still
game,
from seeing Johnny Vibes' brother, Andrew Moreno.
Oh, really?
Just put out an amazing piece of content. I guess you could call it a poker vlog, but him and Christy talk about like the use of psychedelics and they talk about therapy. And he talks about like going to therapy as a poker player, and it's fascinating.
It is probably unique because the problems constructed can be, relatable through a lot of different work fields and the demands and the skill need. But it's, I imagine trying to piece that together is like it's probably helpful if you have somebody that has some familiarity with the game or somebody maybe who does not that can.
I don't think their hands are right on it because I think Max was the one who was in the pot here.
No, Max was not.
Yeah,
It was.
those hands aren't right. I'm fixing it.
No, you're good. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say this could be a deuce 7 hand.
Okay, here that's. We have to stay alert for the deuce 7 now. People are actually putting the 7 deuce game on.
So Bones looks like he has a pair of 10s and a flush draw. And it looks like Matt is just going to try to bluff here with deuce 7.
Yeah, so just flip the 9 and the 10. As the 9 is what was on the flop, 10 is what turned. As bet at 425 here by Matt F. Again with the 7 deuce and the 7 deuce game on.
The sizing is a bit more polarizing. If he had chosen a smaller sizing, maybe Casey would consider check raising more often. This is a spot that is going to be pretty tough for Casey if he checks and faces a bet from Matt F. And Matt F definitely needs to go for it here, I think. 2 pink chips. And Queen Jack gets there. And Ace of Clubs gets there. That hurts to see.
That is a payoff there, as everybody's going to toss $25.
Yeah, and like you can't really fault Casey there. Like that was a pretty unfavorable run up for him. And props for Matt F for getting that through.
As we continue here, TCH Live Monday. I will be back here Tuesday, 2-5. I've got Steam Dola penciled in to do a little Mikey Steam team show.
I think we need him to play and chat. Maybe play for the first half and then chat after. A little play and chat.
Poker after. I mean, it's not like poker out loud as poker. Nah, it's fucking.
Yeah, get him to play, and then there's a delay, and then we'll get him to come in, and we can hear his ridiculous thought process.
It's interesting.
On the 7 deuce game, I think adding elements like that to the game add a lot to it. It's not just the money lost from that hand. It kind of brightens up the mood a little bit.
Yeah.
And then people react to other people reacting. People may, react really negatively if they get bluffed by deuce 7. I think stuff like that is just good for the game.
All right. Yeah, it makes things more fun, and I think that everybody loves poker. Like there's a lot to be appreciative for, but there's just small
his eyes are getting
variables that
big,
keep
Matt.
things fresh. That we got a big hand though.
His eyes are getting big. Okay, 600. That's a pretty big 3-bet. I know he is in the small blind and has the straddle behind him, but I guess it's not that big.
Yeah, when you've got a limp up front to 120.
I think Max is just posturing here with his shirt. He doesn't want to call, but
Where do you think he got that shirt? Like, where do you find, like, really good style? Because I suck at this now, but I don't need to go out, so I need to worry about, like, dressing other than a couple of broadcasts. The real mystery I'll let you sit on, because
I have no idea where you got that shirt.
it's a safe answer there.
Maybe online. I don't know.
That's some more of the route people are going, I think, these days. So, all right, David Hine, 500K event info. Again, April 8th, 9th, and 10th will be the day ones at
That's
each
Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yes. 8th, 9th, 10th, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. $800 buy-in, $500 guaranteed total prize pool. You can play day ones either in Austin, Houston, Rio Grande Valley, or Dallas. Wherever you bag in one of those days, if you're so fortunate, your day 2 is going to be in Dallas. So
Bring snacks. It's going to be a long day.
Yeah, hey, think ahead. Maybe you might want to get yourself a nice, comfortable little hotel room. Maybe just go hang out in the city in Dallas if you haven't been able to check out that room.
I would go to the room that has the best food next to it.
Yeah, that is. Might have to send a vlogger on the case.
All right, Chaz is like, nah, dude. Not this time.
Ethan, I imagine Youngblood has 10 pairs of cargo shorts. I outsourced and we made sure to, cut out the cargo shorts out of most of my closet, I think, for the most part.
Once you turn 30.
Yeah, it was, I got a letter in the mail. It says sacrifice your cargos. And
Gordon,
right.
Gordon wants to play.
yes,
So he's going to defend here against Chaz's 3-bet with 4 or 5 of clubs.
That's a big
Wow.
flop forward here for God on. But
Nut
it's big.
flush draw for Chaz. And straight draw here for Gordon. Or God on. This is about as God on of a flop as you can get.
Damn, Skippy.
Who can run better, Chaz or God on? We're going to find
This
out.
is like it's like two lightsabers clashing with each other.
I'm going to try to not be biased for the Ginobili guy.
I know. It's that's how Big Daddy Chaz derives a lot of his magic is from the Spurs.
I would love to ask Chaz what he thinks Gordon has here when he raises. Like, what kind of hands does he choose to raise with? And then I'd also like to ask Gordon, but curious what Chaz thinks.
I think we really need to have Chaz do commentary one of these weeks.
Yeah.
And I need to line it up with him and just be like, well, there is big
my.
time turn card. Wheel versus top pair flush draw. And here we go here for God on.
God on taking his time now after insta raising.
Where's your hat? I thought you were gonna wear your hat.
So Chaz has a lot of the bluffs blocked that Gordon would have with the ace of spades here. When Gordon check raises flops, he can't have ace 4 of spades, ace 5 of spades. He's going to be weighted more towards 7s, but does he really have 3s? And does he really have deuces? And now it's really unlikely that he has deuces with the deuce coming in.
Does
Chaz may be worried about a hand like ace 7, but that also just seems unlikely. What do you think Chaz is going to do here, Mike?
Oh boy, let's see. Based on this line, do you think he could maybe you probably could attach this line to say like a set of 3s? Like, do you think he's putting that well within the kind of hands that he could value bet here in the spot? Because it seems like some kind of he could also take into mind. I don't know. He would get spicy with like a 7 deuce suited.
Oh, there is the 7 deuce
Remember,
game
you gotta
on.
think of it
7
live,
deuce
like
is a
the-
full house here.
So that opens up at least just like that percentage of the time that.
Okay, so there's 6 combos of 7 deuce. Wow, that changes things. That actually make it easier for Chaz to get away here.
Yeah.
There's only 3 combos of 3s. I guess he can have 7s. He can maybe have ace deuce suited or ace 3 suited.
We need to make sure Boots is there.
Chaz is too good though, so I think he can fold here.
Yeah.
He definitely looks like he's not happy about it.
Yeah, and it's tricky because like he's generally in control of so many hands that it's just weird when he gets.
Well, just what bluffs would Gordon have? You know, Chaz
Yeah.
Chaz has the ace of spades, which is terrible, and then Gordon also chose to leave 1.5k behind. It looks like.
Yeah, I mean, are there any aces that would check raise?
And
I mean, like maybe some kind of 7-5 of spades kind of combo that. So it's just hard to piece together a lot of hands that Gordon could naturally have that would be trying to take this line.
you almost want to see the deuce 7 flipped over there, Chaz.
Yes.
Thinking about it, but I
Yeah.
think Chaz is pretty confident that he made the right fold there. I'm not sure Gordon has many bluffs there, and I don't really know what ace queen beats there.
Hey, shout out to our good friend David Brailer. Says, what's up, TCH Live? I'm making my way to Austin Card House within the next few days. Excellent. Please let me know if you're here. Like, even if you're, like, up near a stream or something. We'll be dealing on Wednesday, so I hope that maybe Saturday as well. So I hope to be around. This guy was watching our show out in South Korea, now back stateside. So
안녕하세요.
that's, I don't know how I can ever be the source of entertainment for somebody across the pond or around the sea. It blows my mind.
Hey,
all the
I just
time.
watched-
People really enjoy the show.
I just watched Sweet Home on Netflix.
Really?
South Korean zombie show.
Oh, that.
Weird time to watch a zombie show right now. Oh,
No,
the Snorlax is going in.
There we go. The pocket nines. Gordon opened. As we see these two tangle up.
Oh, man.
And
Chase is getting ready for a massage. He's talking to Caitlin. He's looking down at queens.
Lady, hey lady, lady, lady.
You got the whole soundboard over there.
Yeah, I just keep it. I don't want to overdo it. I think you can overdo it, and it just kind of like, okay, I got it. But a well-timed soundbite. Get
Gordon's
the
going
job
to
done.
fold here. He may tank a little bit, but. And then, how much did Chaz size? 380?
It's okay, yeah. So,
So
Jazz
is it, like,
125, 255. It's kind of within.
255 to call? Yeah. He's calling.
Yeah, he'll at least take a flop with it.
Chase likes to see bet boards where he's the pre-flop, like, aggressive player or last to act.
Yeah, I think probably the most notorious habit that Chaz has been the pre-flop 3-blinder out of the small blind. Like he has like such an unusual skill to pick which kind of hands to best do it with.
Yeah, I mean,
And
it's
here,
great in
Chase
theory,
with
and it's
real
great in
hand.
this game, too. I think you have to hold on, at least for a street here, as Chaz with nines.
Enough turn cards that could maybe be favorable to him, even against some strong hands, but
Yeah, and Chase has enough ace-king in his 4-betting range that I think it's a mistake to fold. Especially if he's going to see bet all of his ace-king. Did you see the size on the turn here for Chase?
Imagine
think-
with Chase, like he's not making this small, like probably at least 900.
Chaz may think it's too small, but okay, now he looks not happy.
Oh, yeah, 1,300 here.
Okay.
Hey, thanks, Ernesto.
Chaz came in today asking for a different mask. So he doesn't have his normal mask that he's wearing.
Oh, yeah, he's at the Texas Card House mask, which you've seen him wear on other streams.
He finally washed it.
Yeah, that's been kind of a weird thing. It's like, all right, like, okay, how many masks do I have to wash? And I think I
And then it
lost my
shrinks in the
ATX
dryer.
poker mask in the washing machine, or like I'm trying to frantically find it because it's very comfy. But It's giving some people opportunity to be, but I don't want to get on a tangent of the mask, or else there'll be many people logging in to chime out their opinions.
Yeah, they're going to come take you out, Mike.
Just take off the mask. I got liberty. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to trigger and be mean to people. I just, I think we were talking about this on the side of just trying to be decent to one another and not, antagonize others, because it's just such a weird time. I'm just so over the culture war stuff. Like, it's just so.
Yeah, so I've never played with this Max guy before, right? But
Yeah.
I've only seen him in a mask. And so there's this new element of seeing people with a mask.
Yep.
Your brain trying to figure out what they would look like without the mask. Right, and then they take the mask off, and you're like, "What? That's what you look like?"
Like, who are you? So, yeah, as we've got again the 7-deuce game being played here tonight. So if you see that popped up,
Are people tighter with these N95 masks, or am I making that up?
you mean like is there a mask VPIP correlation?
Yeah, is there a correlation with mask type? Propensity to wear it above or below the nose. Is that going to be like a more loose passive player with the below the nose, or?
I will say the ones that aren't wearing like the mask, but not like it's kind of more of the hood. What the hell do you call it? It's not necessarily.
Remember when I wore like the full gas mask?
Yeah,
when
that
Berkey
was the
here?
fun. You guys you missed out on the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I was ahead of the curve, man.
You were way ahead of it. Like
It sucked wearing that thing. I had to take it off.
Yeah. So again, if you guys probably don't know Pape, he's been around the TCH streets. We have the big. It was a Saturday tournament where we got like 10, 11, 12 tables lined up ready to go for this this Saturday tournament. Pape shows up full gas mask.
And this is like before we knew what
This was before
Corona
any
was.
like it had not come here yet. It was just sort of like thing we were talking about. Like, is this thing gonna be? Is this gonna be bad? Is this gonna be a thing? And
People definitely play differently against it for sure.
And I was dealing on your table and trying to I gave her a ticket, and I'm just trying.
Oh yeah,
not
we were
to-
giggling.
I was just trying to see how long I can go without just being like, yeah, hey, what's up?
Yeah, I think you acted like you didn't know me.
Yeah, I knew I was pretty sure it was you, but I hope somebody got a picture of it because it was. I think you were on some Instagram stories because of just how fucking funny that was. Oh my god. Anyway, that was a winner of the hand there. Somebody won that hand.
Yeah, Matt. Good for Matt. Straddle 20's on.
Yeah, that was literally.
Chase is entering massage mode now.
Yeah, Texas Royal Touch.
So it's a whole different game tree is going to go down now for strategy. I don't know if the other players are going to pick up on it.
Sometimes players get more tight. Sometimes they might get
All right,
less spicy. So we
Stoic
got
Bones
7-deuce
here.
alert. 7-deuce alert.
Bones bringing the bone broth into the sauna. Opening
Heaving
up the
on
7
up.
deuce. He's checking it again. Okay, yeah, I got aces there. Okay, just making sure they're there. Okay.
Yep.
And I don't think Matt F or Chase are going anywhere. And Bones is going to be feeling pretty sad.
Yeah, he's
gonna-
got no way to be able to blast anybody off on this.
He's going to be calculating the probability of it coming 7-7. He's going to be thinking about that. Matt F choosing to just call here.
Yeah. It's one of the downsides when the 7-deuce game just kind of forced you to just blast off money you wouldn't otherwise.
I will say Chase is quite good at denying his opponent's equity. Like, he just put Queen 10 in a tough spot there. He didn't play his hand so passively. And just betting in these games a lot of the time is just going to be the right decision. So shout out to Chase.
Chase continues to grow before our very eyes. I remember the first time he played in this game, or he ever found TCH. He just kind of discovered he had been in the area, and he's like, "Oh, this is like," I was like, "What?" And like he sat down at table 9, and it gripped him, and to credit to him, he's found ways to continue to kind of keep improving his game.
Yeah, I think some of my biggest pots I've played at Card House I think ever, have been like 3 and 4 bet pots versus chase, where neither of us had hands we should be getting in there with, and I was very surprised.
I got a couple of questions again. $800 500K event that was just announced. Again, April 8th, 9th, 10th will be the day ones. Multi-site, multi-location,
And then day 2,
multi-flight. Yeah, like day 1 on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Day 2 on Sunday at Dallas. So no matter where you play, day 2 will be on Dallas. 500K guaranteed total prize pool. And we hope to smash that, as you should be smashing that like button.
we got a multi-way
Ooh.
bloater. This is what you're gonna see at the 1-2 tables there, Mike. You're
Yeah,
just
this is
gonna
a
see-
pretty standard. This is a
This is a 7-way.
This is a short-handed TCH pot, 1-2 sometimes.
Yeah.
So we got an open-ender at least for Sparks. We've got a gutter ball for Bones, and I'm trying to see if everybody's paired up. Doesn't really look.
It's hard
like
to win when it goes 7 ways.
It's just a touch difficult as a 7 ball here on the turn.
Deuce 7 is 2 pair now. There's the meta of repping Deuce 7.
Boots has got a 7. Max has got a 7, but it is Sparks that is.
Sparks recognizing that no one betting means it's pretty unlikely that anyone has a queen. And it's good to mix some bluffs in here with some value with king high here. And he's going to take it down.
Yeah, it's very weird sometimes. So some of those boards will connect in such a way that it's just literally anybody who takes a breath at and gets brave and bets into it. I inevitably always just had the worst timing sometimes with it, that trying to go into betting multi-way. Oh, you got that? Okay.
Got the picture.
Okay, super producer Carolyn. I don't know if you could post that on the Instagram or something, just as to like, hey, the TCH.ATX, if you want to see a picture of Pape in the mask.
Before all my chips left my chip stack, I took the mask off and just lost.
Yeah, they're like, oh, it's that guy? I'm going
Yeah.
to stack him off right here. So
What I got the most crap for was I wore gloves as
yeah,
well.
you had the rubber gloves,
but
too.
then I had a watch on.
Yeah.
Girl just got me a new watch, feeling fresh.
Yeah.
And then someone's like, you put the effort in to put on gloves and then a watch over it? Like how hard is this guy trying?
Yeah, it was.
Wasn't focused enough on poker that
And
day.
in reality, you were actually ahead of the curve as far as the safety protocols, because it was probably here earlier. But
Yeah, I want to say it was either February or March. I think it was a Valentine's Day present. Yeah.
yeah, it's when we
Berkey looked at me like I was so dumb. I told him that I got in the sauna that day. He's like, you're dumb, dude.
Yeah, that was some weird times. So thankfully, things have been pretty steady for us at TCH in Austin. Again, we had our first episode of TCH Live in Dallas this past Saturday with the 50K guarantee getting smashed, and the tournament final table airing in the afternoon. Shout out to our boy Ben Kirby holding down the fort up there as we.
Does anyone want to bet me on the over-under prize pool? What it ends up being for
Yeah,
this
that would be
tournament?
actually a great prop bet. Is there?
Well, let's talk about it, Mikey. Let's see who
Let's
wants.
see if there's going to be action out there for Pape. We'll put it out there in the universe. People who are watching on the archive, you can comment here if you want Pape's action here on the over/under. Maybe we can actually bet on what the actual prize pool will reach.
Yeah, we can auction style bid it up, and we can choose a side. Looks like Jeremy's just not liking Caitlin's face that much.
Wow.
We've seen him not 3-bet hands like tens, and then he is going to come in for a 3-bet with ace-3 suited here. Sparks almost has the deuce 7, and Chaz's hand is 5s. He wants to see how deep his opponents are here. He says, I'm going to call.
Did
Caitlin fold?
Yeah, it looks like it. As Jeremy 3-bet flop, so we'll draw Chaz here with middle set.
This is the Chaz that I know.
This is the one we do, exactly.
There have been a disproportionate amount of sets and big pairs for how few hands we've played so far.
It has been kind of a crazy night. There's... Let's see what Chaz going to take it slow. And a 10 ball here on the turn, so
Chaz definitely takes his time when he's bluffing as well as when he has value. Quick check back here from Jeremy.
and queen fills up here on the end is
We may see Chaz check raise here if he thinks Jeremy is going to feel bluffy. A lot of people are kind of in this showdown-y mode and are going to want to just check back. Even checking back hands like Jack sometimes. So Chaz says, nope, I'm going to go for value by betting here. And it's kind of interesting from Jeremy's perspective. Chaz being out of the blinds is going to possess a lot of heart combinations as well as 3-6 sometimes and 6-7. 6-7 a lot more of the time. And Jeremy may be thinking that ace high is good here enough of the time.
yeah. I mean, there are probably some situations where you could find an ace high being good here, and there's some missed hearts, but he's going to look him up as Chaz shows him the good. It's 5 full of queens, and a tough one there for Jeremy, but
What makes Chaz tough to play against is that he's going to have a lot of bluffs there, and he's going to have a lot more value than most people would have. Like, yes, he had a full house there, but he's going to bet a lot thinner for value there.
yeah, he could bet say some of those middling pocket pairs or it's
Yeah, any 10, any pocket pair for sure.
yeah. Which say I think we're due to. I need to get a hold of him and just be like, hey man, we got to do some commentary. We need to peek inside your brain a little bit because I don't know if everybody always. It's tough to pick up the volume of the table, so he's always kind of he seems like a hilarious dude. So that's just
Yeah, I think one of his strengths too is I think he's very perceptive of his own image,
yep.
and I think he's definitely slept on by recreationals and like regulars alike.
Yeah, it's a really good like truth serum to me that if we talk or comment and if you're like, hey, what do you think of Chaz? I'm like, idiot. And I'm like, okay, I need to talk to this person. If you're like, yeah, Chaz is really good, then you're like, yeah, we could probably see at least one thing eye to eye as being correct.
What works well for him is that, you see a guy rolling in to a poker table with a Big Daddy Chaz hat and a Ginobili jersey and a Snorlax, like,
you're like, what is up with this?
How theoretically studied is this guy? It's psych probably more than anyone else at the table.
Damn straight.
Not to put Chaz on blast, but
no, not whatsoever.
He's a huge crusher.
It's the beast. Making a name of himself out in these cash games. I've been thinking about trying to go back and tracing like his first ever couple of streams because he only really emerged to me once I saw in the 1-3 streams originally.
Well, when you play as high stakes as he does, you definitely need to develop some of the soft skills that he has, not only to get into games to actually play, but to, be fun to play against.
Yeah.
No one wants to play against.
Yeah, nobody wants to
this
play against
robot with headphones on. That
or a
is
guy
cynical.
that his name rhymes with Wario. That's just like, hey, you've got to be able to give a little action to get a little bit, and that's kind of the spirit here. And maybe like whether you're playing a card house or private game or something like that, like there's a certain gift in being able to be friendly enough with people that can get you into games that if you're trying to turn a profit, trying to be a professional, like to have a full plethora of game choice is so much more important, I think, than, well, I wouldn't say more so, but just they should be aligned together as far as game choice and skill.
Well, my impression of him, too, is that he is very competitive, but I think he also does a good job keeping his ego out of it. And so he's not going to be talking strategy at the table and berating players. He's going to be, talking about basketball and having a laugh.
All right, so it's got to be a lock to be on the show next week. I'm going to just corner him and be like, hey, you've got to do this, or no, I wouldn't be very intimidating.
Yeah.
But. All right, we got Sparks raising in the cutoff with Jack 4 offsuit. We got Chaz here with 10s, so.
Sparks is hating his life right now. He said, I've been so disciplined with Chaz behind me.
the second I open, Chaz has got a hand.
It's always funny to see people like take swigs of drinks. Like
Oh, yeah.
it's like the mask goes down, like a drink
yeah, it's
emerges out of nowhere.
Hold on. Do I have a window of
Yeah,
time
it's
to
like-
get, you know,
It's like, is that a pack of M&Ms they just chugged? Like what?
yeah. It's like that scene of Tommy Boy. Like,
Jeremy here. Oh, hold on, Mike. We
Hold
could
on.
see a cold 4 from the small.
bam.
Which I actually love with his exact hand, and I actually love with this exact kind of like formation, where Sparks is probably going to be opening cutoff correctly, or apparently wider than correctly, and then Chaz is definitely going to be probably the most likely to 3-bet button, and Jeremy's going to block ace, king, kings, queens. And
So we'll see does Chaz perceive this to be a real 4-bet, or is it's like, all right, let's take a flop with this?
So Chaz is actually from San Antonio. So as good as he is, a disadvantage he has against some of these other players is that he hasn't played a lot with everyone here.
Right.
And Jeremy definitely doesn't play as much as some of the other guys like Bones or Boots.
Yeah, he's got a busy life, so like he's a skilled guy with, you know, a lot of intelligence for the game, a pretty good feel, but it's also just like it's kind of hit or miss in times when it'd be, like you said, great to have some of that level of experience and full dedication to it that you're allowed as.
This is very pro sizing here. The 1/5 pot bet with King Queen.
Bet and call. Chaz not a believer yet.
Is Jeremy a sicko?
Is
And will his stack be in the middle by the river? Or right now? Chaz has got to like that.
Well, he could also take into consideration there might be some jacks, kings, queens. That could also possibly take this line, and is it just one that he can bet his opponent off of, or is it kind of transparent now that it's just, what would you say, kind of like a blocker hand?
I think you just nailed it. I think that Chaz actually is betting here to get jacks through kings to fold by the river. Unless Chaz thinks he's actually denying a lot of equity from hands like king queen.
Yeah.
But
it's just like it's very difficult for him to surmise everything and just go, well, he's only got king queen here, so I think, yeah, it's probably definitely within his line of thought that there could be maybe even some like queen jack suited there, but it's likely.
We probably would have seen another bet, is what
Yeah.
I'm getting at there. Interesting hand from both players' perspectives.
Gosh darn right. If you've been enjoying the show here, make sure to smash that like button. I've had many people chime on in. I've not. Okay, so we were talking about where do you think the 500 guarantee prize pool will be? Juan Hernandez.
All right, I'll start it off if you want to do some bidding with me, Mike.
We got one first number that I saw here by anybody posted was 720K. So I think it'll be the prize pool will be 720K, higher or lower. Do you think? That seems like a pretty big number for it's just sort of like if you get a really good turnout from the Rio Grande Valley area, then Houston.
To have an edge in this
Houston,
line.
I think is the huge wild card in this. That's like if you bring out, I think what has been a really healthy poker population for the tournament side of things.
No, I think Dallas is the wild card. I think you're going to have the most
Dallas could have,
consistency
a
from
massive
Houston.
number.
I'll take the over on 725.
725. I think we might have the over on that. So we got to keep pumping the good word on that.
Yeah, so you can take the under, or you can choose to go higher.
And
we're gonna bid it up.
What's in the mystery box? Okay, I try to have it queued up. Hi there, buddy. Oh, sorry. Every time I see a dog, my voice changes immediately, and I just want to go pet it. So
I just heard an over $1 million.
you really think yeah, I mean that's
We just had a dog enter the booth.
yeah, maybe like 720 would sound like, because if you have how many, it's really gonna just depend.
Well, let's see what the chat's saying.
Is there gonna be like multi flights in a day or just one flight each day because
I think you can only do one flight each day
it's
because
just too much.
because you're gonna have to get through so many levels to make it a single. If it was a 3-day event, okay, but
right. A
if you're-
2-day event to
I just don't know. I mean, how many tables can Dallas hold?
like 22, yeah, something like that. Here we could probably get up to with the 10 plus the TCH live table, like 13, 14. We could probably pump another table or two up just to if we needed to. I've not been to the Houston room.
These are also good bets to make once the tournament starts. Like I like to make these bets like in the first couple rounds of a tournament because people tend to just overreact.
Right.
Oh, there's an overlay. They kind of hold on to the fact that there's always going to be an overlay, and they get emotionally like biased towards it. Or they just get overly hyped, and they'll say the prize pool is some ridiculous amount that people can't afford.
Yeah, so it's with the fact that they have the satellites going and.
All right, who's gonna win this bomb pot, Mikey?
Wait, but there is are you gonna take the left side of the table? I'll take the right side. So like cut in the middle here. So I get Max, Godon, Matt.
I got the empty chair in seat 1.
Oh, that's not fair. That is kind of unfair. So then we could flip for who gets the 5 or the 4. Damn it, I don't have a coin. There's got to be like I always say like the future of streaming is when you can be able to bet on outcomes live on the stream at a sidebar. So it'd be like DraftKings, like well, you can just bet red or blacks.
Yeah, so there's two problems with that. One is that the laws around gambling are a nightmare.
Yeah, it is.
And there's
It is
regulation,
kind of a
there's state, there's local, and there's... but the second law, which most people don't know about, is like the whole anti-money laundering and payment processing.
Yeah.
And that is actually a way bigger problem in our country. But it prevents companies from basically being kind of like Venmo or PayPal, just moving money around essentially.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
it's
sure.
one thing to take a bet, which is basically illegal almost everywhere in the States. But it's another thing to take a bet and then take credit card transactions and then do bank wires and move money around.
Yeah. That would be...
Which we're hoping
I
crypto
think-
fixes this.
I'm
but-
not saying it's going to be tomorrow, a year.
Well, if you wanna
5
start one
years,
with
10
me, it's
years. I feel like
It's $1 billion
20,
idea, Mikey.
20 years from now, there
Oh,
will be more
Chase has the
degenerate
3.
ways for people to blast off and degen.
Max has top boat though.
God,
That's the
couple
shirt.
ladies.
I knew the shirt was gonna win,
Yeah, it's
but he was
really-
down. He was on your side though, so I couldn't take him.
Yeah, it's like because Caitlin was out, so wait a minute. He splits the middle, or his Boots split the middle. So
No,
if
but
it-
I got
Boots
Boots.
wins, it's a chop.
No, I got Boots. You got the shirt, and
Okay.
Chase is just doing the chase here.
He's got trip 3, so he's drawn to the remaining case 3.
He's like, all right, I can't really buy a shirt for $80 because I buy nicer shirts, but I'll call.
Yeah.
And Chase he just knows he's going to river a jack or a 7, so I think he's going to bet here. He's also in massage mode right now. A little hard to predict. Max is thinking about, this is a whole outfit now. It's been wagered.
It's like I'm going to have to go check out Stitch Fix again. And
Boots is so consistent. I've never not seen Boots. I've seen Boots with not Eagles attire, but when he's actually playing poker, he's wearing an Eagles hoodie. And it's the exact same Eagles hoodie.
it's like...
I think he's got like 20 of them.
that was like what Chim would used to say. Like he would just get Solve for Y shirts. Instead of just like having a wardrobe, he'd just pull one from a box versus... Like, I think that's a great idea. The way you have to avoid laundry.
Oh, Chase called the race here.
Oh, wow. So
He needs the last 3 in the deck, which it may not be there.
And if he pairs somebody with 5 or 7, that could be a disaster. But
He just rivers a flush, actually.
oh, yeah. So it's opportunity here for Max to take Chase to Value Town.
On one hand, it's like, what can you get called with in Max's shoes here? But I guess you just hope that the opponent doesn't have quads, but then also has exactly 3 queen or 3-9, which you're blocking 3 queen mega hard here. Mega hard.
Mega.
And Chase might fall asleep mid-massage here, mid-hand.
It is not out of the realm of possibility. Tori does do a great job.
Boots has been on my
It's very common. It's actually for folks at Texas Royal Touch.
Wow,
see
Chase called.
Oh wow, he is gonna pay off the flush, and
Can you just tell him that I saw
that is gonna be a big pot for the very sharply
Hey,
dressed
I
Max.
predicted this guy was going to be the biggest winner of the stream. He's got to be up there right now after that pot.
Awfully close to it. So big hand for Max as we have look at this. We have Lyndon B. Johnson in the chat saying, let's hope regulated internet poker becomes more available in the US, especially for states like Texas, Florida, California. Just my 2 cents. Yeah, I have a feeling as
I mean,
The
look
internet-
what Phil Nagy's doing for America's Card Room.
yeah,
I mean, as much as you can hate the guy and as
it
erratic
kinda
as he
just,
is,
I don't have a lot of strong
he's
opinion.
taking so much risk, though. He can't even come into the United States. He's stuck in Costa Rica, essentially. And even though the site could obviously shut down at any moment, which is
Right.
terrifying, I mean, day after day, this site's putting out like millions of dollars in tournaments.
I know it is a weird ground.
I
That,
can't believe I just gave America's Card Room a shout out. I don't even like that site.
Just earmuffs, kids, but it's
Chaz says, I have no limp range. I'm going to open deuces here. And Jeremy wants revenge. He's thinking about that king-queen hand.
yeah. We'll segue back into the online poker discussion because I think I have a thought. But we got a bet re-raise.
I predict Chase plays this hand. Okay, I definitely think he's going to play this hand now with ace-9 of clubs.
Could he opt for a 4-bet here? He might be steaming a little bit after that last pot.
This is one of the most underrated things to look for at the poker table is how someone responds to like losing a big hand. Whether it was cooler or not cooler. Like, it's such a high skill ceiling thing to respond appropriately.
Yeah.
And even like pretty good regs are going to just not play well, at least for like 30 minutes to an hour
Yeah,
afterwards.
it just takes, you sometimes just need to get your steam through, and then sometimes you can get recalibrated. It's very more easily said than done to be able to just take a hand, not have an emotional response to it in any way.
Oh, wow.
Wow,
We have backdoor straight and flush draw for Jeremy, 2 pair for Chase, in a very blasty mood, likely. Looks like Bones is trying to get the next massage lined up.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just having a stretch over there.
He is.
This could be bad for Chase if a diamond peels off. It's a pretty bricky card here.
That's not going to prove anything.
Chase does like to size up when he's strong. This may just price out Jeremy. Yeah, so Jeremy's looking at it. He's counting out the bet, looking at the size of the pot. He says, I'm not getting the right price here. And Chase is going to show it. So, okay, so that hand worked out for Chase.
Yeah,
But
that one, maybe it'll cool down a little bit, but it took a tough one in the bomb pot, flopping trips to a boat, and that's, like I said, like when we talked about, is there a skill edge in PLO bomb pots, especially, double, like it is sometimes having the capability to recognize strength of their hand relative to the randomness, because I think in PLO, like, you can start surmising at least some hand ranges based on the fact of the action taken, whereas when you've got
an absolute
when you have
hand
the
straight
ante
versus
pre-flop,
relative.
like you just lose a little bit of your ability to be able to, like, okay, there's a likely like a 4 cross or some kind of just value hand that somebody could piece together that you can kind of construct a range in a normal sense.
yeah, people, it's such a misconception when they say, there's no ranges in bomb pots when it's actually just everyone has 100% pre-flop.
Right.
And then you nailed it right on the head here. Oh, boots with aces from the small blind.
Yep.
Up against Chase, who's not going anywhere. But no, to your point, okay, they're 100% pre-flop.
Right.
But then you can surmise, okay, maybe they fit now into this other range given action prior. Okay, they check raise flop. Okay, now the range becomes this, right? Mm-hmm. All right, Chase is going to defend here. And it's going to be pretty bricky. Boots has the ace of diamonds as well. These are 2 very aggressive players. Bones having a nice chat here.
Yeah.
Staying active in the table, even though he's not in a hand.
Yeah. Always good conversationalist. gentlemen around the streets. There's a bet here by Bones to 200. He's going to go ahead and take it down.
He's going to show Chase here. I like this from Boots. Friendly show.
Just like, hey, I got a hand. All right.
And then another thing about bomb plots too is it's not just everything that you said, but then it's the intra-player dynamic of that. And okay, is the person who bet first, is he aware of bomb plot strategy?
Yeah.
Maybe he's not. Maybe
Yeah,
maybe the
he-
second person who called is, and so
sit
navigating
there.
the pot with those two players in the hand.
It might be somebody that values like a 10 high flush as like a legitimately strong hand, and he'll play it as if in a way that you perceive it as to be like, oh, this is a really strong hand, and you don't always know what paradigm that you're working from.
Right. It's
When
like if you see, bet call and it's on you in the river, maybe you would normally fold this spot, but maybe given other, players in action, you actually call here. Boots opening a button here, raise to 75, king 3 diamonds. And looks like, does he get it through? No, Matt's going to
Matt's
defend.
going to call here as defensive straddle with the king deuce suited.
I'd like to see a 3-bet here, suited king. It's going to give you good board coverage. They're quite deep, and Boots is going to be quite wide in the button there. I'd imagine this goes check in the turn. Boots may fire turn, but I'd imagine Matt checks turn.
There's deuce on the end, so
Really interested to see if Boots bets here, because he knows he's not beating ace high, but he gives up.
yeah, it's like, oh, river man. All right, David Hine, can we discuss the tournament? How is a multi-club going to work? Okay. Well, I mean, we've done this in the past. It's not like a foreign concept. Like we've done it between the clubs before in past tournaments that, again, be organized in your bag. I think you probably just verify the results so that when, say I finished day 1A, I've got like 425,000 chips. I'll take down my name and say, if you're Mike Jungblet, you've got 425,000 chips, right?
Yeah,
And
if
then you just go up to Dallas and like we give that information to Dallas accurately and say like, okay, Robert Pape's got 1 million chips.
yeah, is there variability across the clubs? Does the Dallas club have a taco stand next to it?
Yeah.
Are the players going to be a little bit more refreshed, playing better?
Sure.
Maybe.
Yeah, and
Is it a little bit colder in this room in Austin?
It's gonna just play down to the percentage of the field. So like, you could have a club that may not have as many entrances, but so like you have a better chance of maybe better or worse to be able to advance to a day 2.
Yeah,
Based on one club versus the other, or like it's.
There's also going to be variability on like the number of players, but like you said, it's percentage of field, and so it's not like the Rio Grande tournament's going to play 20 levels and the Austin tournament's going to play 50 levels.
Yeah.
However, if there is a bigger field, they're going to advance more players more likely.
Yeah.
But then it's also going to be tougher to advance or not as tough to advance depending on field size. So.
Yeah,
Something to think about, like when you're considering like which day to play or what location to play out.
Yeah, that's a good thought to keep in mind too, because there might be some value of some of those spots. So
Everyone over freaks out to like optimizing day 1A or day 1 play.
yeah,
My advice is just to do what's most convenient for you and like your lifestyle.
yeah, no kidding. You don't want to play on a day that you're just not going to feel comfortable, or you just feel like I just have to play today versus like I want to play.
Yeah, and there is going to be variability like in skill amongst the fields, and like Saturdays tend to be easier than Thursdays, but I would just play what's good for you, and it's going to be a grind regardless.
Yeah. I mean, it's not going to be handed to you or anything. Hey, Steam Dola here in the chat. Hey, what's going on? It says, what's up, y'all? Nick Yuma can type into the 8 of spades for a good friend. The Steam team, we hope to have the Steam team.
All right, Steam Dole is going to take the other third of you.
Okay. Steam Dola will
Nick
have
from
the other
Newman,
third
isn't
of me.
Yeah.
And he's going to get rich off of this, I think, here. So.
Steam Dola, do you want to swap in the tournament? Let me know.
All right. Albert Padilla, Big Daddy Albert, what did I miss? What tourney are you talking about? We got a $500K guarantee coming around through all our TCH locations, Albert.
Multi-club.
Multi-flight. Multi-day. The official, check our Instagram.
Multi-vlog.
Texas. at tch.atx. Otherwise, again, check our website, texascardhouse.com. We're
going to take side bets on if Mikey plays, if Mikey cashes, if Mikey vlogs while he plays.
If I get to play, like, God damn it, I need to get back out in these streets. So it's been kind of self-perpetuating nightmare to be like, I'm constantly commentating on hands, but I'm not ever
Jeremy's
going to
limp.
I know we got 7 deuce there.
Is he going to limp or re-raise though? That's the question. I think he is. I think when you open limp deuce 7 in a deuce 7 game, and there's bets after, I think you're going to be limp or re-raising. We don't get to see it though. We'll never know.
Yeah. See if. Well, this is okay. Sparks does flop a king, so it is kind of a way to win.
The EV goes up so much when it's when it's a $20 pot and it's 3-way. Only have to get through 2 people to win $250, but
yeah, it's like the cheap way of trying to win with the 7 deuce game that you can.
No one will know. He just mucked it.
Yeah. He didn't have to punt off like $400 to try to win.
Bones won't even know. He's not even at the table.
Yeah.
He may know. Bones may have picked up on that.
Yeah.
Limping tendency. I don't think Jeremy's
like
open limp at all.
Limping.
Yeah, he made a note of that in the docket.
Yeah. So maybe, we'll see if anybody gets out there and do the vlogosphere. So, hey, put the good word out. There's a big tournament coming up. Again, April 8th, 9th, 10th. You saw there in the graphic with day 2 being played on the 11th. Boy, I mean, hey, this is especially if you've been coming from, like, say, the cold, like, April in Texas is great. Like, this is probably one of the better times of the year where it's kind of truly spring. That, especially if you're coming up from the north, it's probably super
Chase
refreshing. All right, just 7 deuce time.
He's feeling feisty.
Parkour.
I don't see how Chase loses his hand.
Do we want to give the air horn every time there's a 7 deuce
Oh
raise?
no, we're gonna give Chaz queens. Though. It's gonna be tough. Chaz is like, let me just size up here. Again, we're seeing a bet out of the blinds from Chaz. I would guess over the last 10 streams, no one has more raises from the blinds than Chaz, which makes him so tough to play against. And he's not just getting dealt aces every time from the blinds. Oh, Chase just quickly folds. Disciplined fold from Chase there. I like it.
So, well, I mean, like again, if you have questions, all of the good stuff will be covered here at TexasCardHouse.com. As far as all the deets, and again with our WPT Steps tournament, we've got a quads jackpot. We also have a progressive savings bonus throughout the month of March here at TCH Austin. The more you play, the more you save. Again, 5 hours or more, that's 20% off your hourly rate. If you play for 7 hours or more, that is 30% off. And if you play 10 hours or more, that is 40% off your hourly rate. So a lot to take advantage of here. As I had to give a parkour shut up. But I think the horn is it congruent with 7 deuce? Like it's a good 7 deuce alert?
Yeah, I think we also need a new sound if the pot's actually won at the end. So I think we can start it out like with the hype,
sound.
like the hype train sound, but then
okay. That's
we could get like the mystery box clip, the boat clip.
Yeah.
Should we do 7? No.
You could probably just find some broadcast clip of me screaming at the top of my lungs.
And then we'll edit it like that politician, the weird sounding clip.
The which one?
He ran for like Republican primary.
You mean Howard Dean?
Dean, Dean.
Yeah. He was a Democrat.
Democrat. Yeah, whatever. Who cares?
Whatever.
They clipped that little. That's kind of a good one. There's no copyright on that. We'll just jack that.
Yeah. We'll just see if I can find the shortest version of it.
Well, Caitlin's got her mask on upside down, despite having good posture here.
I've had the exact same mask. It's easy to do it because
I think it's a swag thing. I think she.
It's just doing the horns down.
No.
Just trying to flex on the Longhorn people. Okay, no, I don't think so.
That's too try hard.
Yeah, that's true.
This is why it's so tough to be Sparks here. People want to just look at like a number like VPIP and think it's like this end-all be-all thing. It's a lot about player formation and lineup here. And you have the most active player who also just happens to cover the whole table immediately to your left. And we saw him just raise with queens, and we just saw him 3-bet with 9-10 suited there. Very tough to play against.
Getting a question here, David Tynes. Will people have to travel? No, again, you can play each of the day ones in any of the locations.
Well, if you want to travel for the tacos that are next to these card rooms,
yeah,
if you want to go play, in Rio Valley or in Dallas.
Yeah, I would love for somebody to make a vlog of it, but it would depend on them not caching. You could be like, I'm going to start day 1A in Rio Grande Valley. I busted my bullets, so I'm going to go to Houston, and then you bust.
Oh,
more
than one person's going to do that. I promise you.
There's got to be sort of that plays at least.
What about the
locations.
superstitious seat changer people that are going to say, "Well, this whole club's rigged. I'm going to Houston."
Yeah. This place, live poker is rigged.
That's why you need to find out this information
in Houston.
beforehand.
I tell you all the time. I just run better here.
Yeah. So in a cash game, you're going to be able to have access to information of who's got the seat change button, who the seat hoppers.
Yeah.
But in a tournament, you need to figure out if people traveled or if they played yesterday in a different city.
Yeah, exactly.
They're going to be the gambling types.
They are going to be a little more splashy. We got to get Ryan DePaulo to come play that.
Matt loves checking back here. So there was rumors that DePaulo and Moneymaker were going to be coming to Austin last month, and then COVID came. So we'll see. It's very interesting to watch that ACR team grow. They got Boski holding it down, and then I actually think the Moneymaker acquisition was massive. I know. I know Moneymaker wanted to step away, and he ended his contract with Stars, but he just is still such a household name in poker, and he's still such a great guy, so fun to play with, and he plays a lot.
You still got cachet. Like there's still enough appeal that hey, and he's still like when we had him here for the first ever live stream, like he was just a great guy.
Yeah,
like there was just no. I remember him talking about when I was with Poker Stars, I'd go to Monte Carlo and I hated it because you couldn't get just a burger and the internet was terrible. Like I think he just enjoys.
It's the poker dream. He he represents the average person making it. I don't mean to call him average in any sense, but he gives people a dream.
Exactly. Like you can realize there can be a path even if there's some good fortune mixed in there. That
what does Caitlin have here?
Just a couple of Judies.
Nice.
All right. Jays against Ace King, Queen 9-3.
She did not flop a set here.
That's a new development.
Leading, Caitlin has some really interesting lead ranges here.
Well, Chase was the big blind, so he was first.
Okay, you just told me that.
She bet when checked to 8-ball here on the turn. Does give her a straight draw here to a 10.
Okay. Wow, I was wrong about Chase C-betting then. Check on the turn.
Looking for a safe card here on the end. 9.
It's a pretty good one for Caitlin.
So, I mean, if Chase bets anything, okay, no, he's going to slow it down as. So this is all right. Want to get bluffed off this hand. Got to go take it down here with some Jays. I know we've had a couple of questions and comments and all that kind of stuff. Again, if you're watching here on the archive, feel free to leave us a comment. Make sure to click subscribe. Almost to 15,000 subscribers. Sitting here about 14,800 over 2.5 total million views of our live streams, highlight reels. You got our full archive, so at any point in time.
Shout out Nick from Yuma.
Yeah, Nick, I think, has been on 95% of all shows. There was a 2-week stretch maybe during the pandemic.
Dude, no.
Nick's there was a hurricane 100%. In the Northeast that he was without power for a stretch. He was here with us in spirit, though. That's all right. 10 jack off here for the Big Daddy. I remember Nick. I remember there was a time you didn't even have electricity for a while. So
this card table is so big.
It really, until you deal on it and realize, how far you have to reach, I feel, pretty bad for some of the folks just because it's
Be interested to see what Casey's eating up there on the top of the screen.
It looks like, is it Chinese food, do you think?
I can go out there and get us some intel on that.
It's 15 minutes of the pass. So.
What do you think it is?
It's kind of like in one of those, it's either Italian or Asian, I think. Like, 'cause
What about like Snap Kitchen, like one of those like healthy pre-packed
It
meals?
could have put but it looked. I don't know. Would he just go bring one and take out of the freezer and put it in the microwave?
I think if you're going to eat a Snap Kitchen meal, you're going to eat it at the table. You're going to let everyone know that you're eating
you
this
made a
meal.
Snap Kitchen, just
Yeah.
sort of like if you have an air fryer, you're going to be telling everybody you're part of the National Air Fryer Association. It's one of my favorite series of memes that have come out with people of like making
It changed
fun
my
of
life.
the people that boast about their air fryer. Like I love it.
There was a period of time where I had an Instapot, and I actually used the Instapot, and I must have told like 10 people a week about this Instapot.
You were like, this is so great.
They're like, sure, that'll be my wedding gift. Go away. Don't care.
Okay. Hey, well, we got a couple of queens from Mount F.
2 chicks at the same time, man.
Classic movie. Maybe my most watched movie of all time.
It's good do for a good rewatch because it's a good like paradigm shifter to just kind of let it fly, man. You don't have to take life so seriously. You can just try to a stealing scheme that fails miserably, and just try to hook up with Jennifer Aniston.
Matt balancing his
Yeah.
his check range here. Oh, no, okay. Chase was Matt choosing to not 4-bet queens. Chase choosing to not see bet. Chase just choosing to give up here. I do see a bottle of wine back there.
That is always encouraging. Last week we had Kevin playing his last TCH live stream for a while. So
Legend
I heard
of
it was
Austin
just
Poker.
I heard it was just a fantastic time with everybody that had at the table that went until about 4 o'clock until closing time. So, like, this has just kind of become a place on Mondays that I think for the high to medium stakes crowd that has made it kind of uniquely their own fun. So, always appreciative of that. That I think it adds something unique to the room. That hey, if you come here Monday, you're playing this game, like you're going to be around a fun group of players, you're going to have a good time. And
Yeah, everyone's improving as well, too.
It's
Jeremy's going to be opening up ace-king. A refreshed Bones is going to call with ace-10 suited. Max trying to maintain profit lead, folds the 8-9 off here.
Okay.
And Godon
couple of shooties.
just getting dealt top 5% hands here.
It's been high pair Monday. Jesus, it's been a lot of big hands here.
Yeah, so this is a spot to size up to prevent the waterfall of calls if Jeremy were to call here. I don't like 3 or 4xing here. I'd like minimum 5xing, which he did, so I like the sizing. I don't actually mind even bigger, even 800. And Jeremy is going to rip it in here.
Here comes the rip.
So Gordon, if he calls here, will have been involved in 3 all-ins for almost 5K pots every time. Maybe 4K every time, but these are pretty big pots.
Here we go. Back here to Gordon equal Guidon, Kyle Guidon.
I think he's going to fold, Mike. What do you think?
Oh, let's see. Okay, so you made it 575. It's be 2.3. I think he's gonna call. I'm gonna. He's got that look. I don't know. I'm reading his. He's got that. I want to believe that I'm in a flip here.
I think against these opponents at this table, you should be calling jacks here. But I don't think you should always be calling jacks. And I think Gordon's kind of weighing, the environment that he's normally plays in with these specific players.
Yeah, and he's probably never played with Jeremy. So usually a bet this size, it's just that the best he's hoping for is being up against Ace King. So. Okay.
But we saw Jeremy 4-bet King Queen earlier.
But Gordon gives it up, and Jeremy mixing it up here, rips it, and going to take it down before we even see a flop. We had Chaz and Gordon getting in with Ace King and King. So did Farmer and Gordon get it in with Ace King and Kings?
Yeah, it doesn't feel great, but you sometimes need to do that to protect other hands that you're going to be doing that with.
Exactly.
It's just crazy that we've had such a collision course of big hands where a lot more cooler spots than normal.
V in the chat. Hello, V. Asking, when is Dallas streaming? We did our first tournament final table last Saturday. As far as a consistent schedule, that is still being pieced together because, it's just a matter of like, hey, how do we going to operate the list-taking procedure and what night's the best do it. But I know we're going. The vision for what this will be TCH Live 5 to 6 times a week. So stream here in Austin and stream here in Dallas. So our boy Ben Kirby up there doing the commentary. I was kind of needling him in a chat, so I didn't want him to think I was being serious. So,
what do you think Chaz has here?
Jack 10 offsuit. Like, what? That's usually a good default. But the raise up front, I'd probably say like ace 10 suited, ace jack. Probably.
I'll say stronger than ace jack.
You'll just say stronger than ace jack. Okay.
I'll give you the field. Bones finding a 3-bet with 3-6 suited.
Boots. Yeah.
Oh, Boots finding a 3-bet.
Yeah, Boots makes it. Let's see, Chaz. Scanning. Damn it! I'm on the edge of my seat now trying to figure this out.
No, this is the beef jerky.
Oh, this is the
reveal
the
cam.
Jack Link's beef jerky mystery hand of the night, I guess. What does Big Daddy Chaz have here? Messing with Sasquatch.
Oh my gosh,
Big hand for Boots though.
A disguise 3 and flush draw for Boots here.
I think once you get a check like in the way that he had done it there,
Go on.
it's probably just some junky ass. Damn it, we'll never know. Steam Dola saying 7-9 suited. Like, yeah, there's probably my initial gut reaction of like a 10 jack, queen jack type of kind of hand that he can open, but we'll be very selective about the boards that he either decides to make a move towards. So, all right,
So the straddle's on here from Chaz. 225.
Yeah, we're seeing some healthy dose of 25 straddles here around the table. William Lottie is 6-3 suited, I think, now. Isn't it always? It's a beautiful hand. What do you got against 6-3? Okay.
I mean, I don't care what people say about choosing to 3-bet that hand. Boots is tough to play against and has a high aggression frequency. And, good luck bluff catching versus Boots and just holding on all the time.
Yeah. You're just going to be put into the ringer all the time.
I think these are all the Pokemon players here. Oh, nope. Chaz folded here.
Nope.
I think Casey's got one under that stack somewhere. Chase just...
Bottom set.
I'm cheering for Chase to just call here. Oh, he's being sneaky.
Sneaky. Deuce. So it does give Bones a wheel draw.
Bones may shut down. He may also think that Chase is too sticky to fold some weaker hands that he'd want him to fold normally. Pretty interesting sizing from Chase. Possibly enticing an ace high to call here with a gutter, but Bones is going to get away.
Yeah, go on, get away. Bottom set of threes, which if those threes were to turn into quads and it was Tuesday, there's that 100% jackpot at stake. Again, quad deuce is paying tonight. There are $200 rollovers each night that we do it Monday through Wednesday. Quad deuces Mondays, quad threes Tuesday, quad fours on Wednesday, and that's at TCH in Austin. And so we check around the room with outside of our 5-10 game. Still, again, 1-2 no limits going on, and a 2-5 happening here at TCH. So still plenty of action here on a Monday night. Surprised you haven't abandoned the stream here to go out and jump in the game.
Hey,
so
man,
just
I'm
go
like
crush
Chris
some-
Hansen, all right?
Yeah, you're just...
I don't pee for 7 hours.
That's...
I'm in the booth.
Wow, that probably belongs on a T-shirt. That's... All right.
I think it is on a T-shirt.
Probably. That's... All right. Speaking of T-shirt.
Merchandising, where the real money from the movie is made.
Is that Mel Brooks?
Yeah. Yeah, Spaceballs. That's just a little clip of it. Just one of my favorite line sets often
I got the references down tonight, Mikey.
You're on your game here, Pape. I gotta say, it's been a pretty good live stream. We've had a lot of really good hands to talk about.
I can't believe Christy Arnett and Andrew Moreno came in the door.
That's so crazy. Just to come on here and check the action.
Shout out to Andrew's latest poker vlog he put out with the therapy. That was very interesting.
I'll have to go check it out. So a couple of ladies on the flop is 3 queens.
God on.
God
just,
on.
This is the life of a new pro. Not to put him on blast. But
Yep.
it's just the sun run, you know. You can kind of
it's
sit
soft
back
nice.
and, you know, you're going to make sets. You're not going to get set over setted. I mean, he did lose kings to ace king, but we did see him immediately double back up, so he's all right.
Don't feel too bad for God on. So
Yeah, no hate.
yeah, there was somebody that commented about the UMBC first round tournament, and I'll just say, hey, they won the whole damn thing the following year. So
I think they did.
that's right. No, they lost the first round. I was literally at a bachelor party with my buddies. We're sitting in a we're taking like a van back from like a Top Golf thing. We're sitting there like, man, you think it's ever gonna happen that the number 1 seed's gonna lose? And then we went to our hotel. We watched it like 30 minutes later. So that was before I think like even the game. But you know, that propelled the Cavaliers.
Boots is
Rob.
stocking up on wine.
Yeah,
Is
he's
Chase
in
asleep? Is
weight
Chase
loss
asleep
bet
during
there.
this hand?
Yeah, he was. I mean, he's.
I think you got to reward the pot to Chase here if he.
No, he's not in the hand. It's Chase and Gordon. So he's.
No, I think Chase is in the hand.
Yeah, Chase it.
Yeah. Boots. You're saying Boots is getting wine.
Yeah, Boots is getting wine, but. Oh no!
So
Don't bet into the new pro.
makes an ace on the end, so ace up for Chase. YouTube 85 goer. I'll be there next week for this game, buying in 10K, coming for Big Daddy. Probably getting trolled, but that's all right.
Big Daddy may be too rich for this tournament. We'll see.
It's a possibility.
I may have to buy a box of Pokemon cards off him though. I was talking to him about it
Super
earlier.
EV? Is it? Yes, Super EV. Like that's
If there's actually Pokemon cards in the box, I mean, there's like counterfeits out there now.
right. Yeah, I was seeing that they were saying that some of those.
Is this ever a bluff, Mikey? The Tank River Minrays? Is it?
Rarely ever a bluff. It is rarely.
This is where I pick up my cards and I walk around the table and I just give them to the dealer.
I'll just be like, here, take these before I do something silly.
Yeah, I say you're never balanced here ever. I'm never calling. You're never bluffing.
And that's that. Just the tip with Robert Pape.
It's not a real game, Mikey.
Life isn't real, is it? We're just all part of the simulation.
I did see a picture of Elon Musk with his baby, one of his babies,
Yeah,
and one of his
X
girls.
thing, symbol thing.
Is this like some new city where they're gonna harvest our own stem cells? And
Yeah. I saw that on Fox News.
you want to start digging a tunnel to that city? Is it nearby? It's got to be close to Austin.
It's in Giga, Texas. Like, where they're gonna build that thing out in like Del Valley.
I've had stem cells injected into my knee.
How did that feel?
Felt
This
amazing.
feels like a Joe Rogan.
I felt like an
podcast.
alien.
Really?
I may have to get on that Joe Rogan growth hormone.
Yeah, no kidding. Jeez.
You can already see Rogan, like his face has gotten bigger and like
He
his
seems
head's
like
gotten bigger.
he's gotten deeply red pilled ever since he had to leave the Comedy Store. It's like every fucking show is.
All right, someone go grab Chase's cards here. and
Chase.
fold. I think he's asleep.
Chase maybe has fallen asleep. We are starting to wonder as.
It's the new pro. Oh.
All right, he's gonna make the crying call here. That I guess maybe he could. I guess what he could think Warren could be bluffing or value betting with the worst ace, but say like the ace of hearts with, like maybe where he out kicks them to a degree. That's the only leap that I think I could make to connect why he might make that decision to call. So, because otherwise, it's tough to put together. Like I said, like that spot is just generally For most players, there are some crazy psychos out there that
Yeah,
are,
I just don't want to say like who's capable, who I think is capable of like raising or not raising.
yeah. You want to keep that shit in the low down.
And also, just because somebody has a value hand doesn't mean they're not capable of having the bluff because they just didn't have it that particular hand. But
Sure.
everyone can have opinions about people's styles and frequencies. And
Let's see. DOT 88 Ethereum XRP. Boy Steam Dole giving you some love here.
ask him if he wants to swap in the tournament.
Shabazz, don't know the announcer's name, but the other two stop talking over the main announcer and stop changing the convo every time he speaks. Well, there's two of us. And
There's also a dog in the booth.
oh yeah. Sorry, there, puppy. Yeah, we'll let you speak next time.
All right, Godon has run into aces here.
So here we go. Maybe he's just mistaken Southern Maki as the third voice of this here channel. I'm going to mark it as a separate, different personality for private parties and events. And I will try not to get punched in the face by somebody who's a native here to Texas.
I actually kind of like this call from Gordon. I think when Gordon makes this call, I think he has a lot of confidence in his post-flop ability. And I can get behind that confidence.
All right. And he's next to a guy wearing a great shirt, so he may be just collecting some of that good mojo just in the being in the vicinity because he's got that gravity of style.
Yeah.
Continue on TCH Live Monday, 5:10. We've had a freaking awesome game here tonight. Robert Pape crushing it. Been trying to get you on here on the show. We're glad to find a Monday that worked. Even on no sleep, I wouldn't have known otherwise. You're on that Goggins.
Well, yeah, I did. Everyone was doing the David Goggins 48 hours, 48 miles challenge. I just kind of did the 48 hours,
48
didn't
hours,
sleep enough
just
challenge,
48 hours. Like, yeah, I wanted to somebody to do the 48 TCH Live hours challenge where you just spend 48 hours awake watching nothing but TCH Live episodes.
We got the 50 straddle on here.
I think that's a great challenge. You think it'll catch on? But we got a big straddle, though. You're right.
We got to just get Nick from Yuma here.
Yep. Nick would probably do it. He's pretty much does that equivalent every day.
When it folds to Chaz's button facing a double straddle, I'd imagine he'd be really wide on the button here. And I would expect most players behind to be aware of that. We're going to see how they respond, though. Gonna be tough to cold call an open here as Jeremy, just in the big blind. And then Casey also has Chase behind him as well. Looks like Jeremy's actually cutting out a 3-bet.
Ooh, no, actually.
Call?
Yeah, it's going to call the one night because
Okay.
Chase is going to get spicy here with the 4-3.
Okay. I think they may think that they're deep enough here. I mean, if Chaz is opening that wide, you can definitely take a hand like 5-6 suited and 3-bet it. That definitely could make more money than just flatting.
All right.
Chaz is kind of like the least person on the table, or person that you want to the least to just call versus out of position.
Yeah, that's.
All right, Chase is out of massage mode here.
Yeah, he's awoken. He's slightly got more blood flowing through him.
Chaz
soreness has subsided.
Reaffirming that he has the king of diamonds here. The nut diamond blocker.
Nutter butters.
Don't see him folding. Snorlax just took a dive off the stack there.
Poor Snorlax. 5-ball here.
Oh my gosh, Chase! This is the card that you barrel when you pick up equity. Chase knows it. Oh my God!
Here we go, Chase.
Can Chase fire the third bullet on the river here? Oh! He got it through.
Oh goodness! I think it's worthy. There's got to be some sound effect here. Get a 1-up.
Good for Chase there.
Yeah, he gets a 1 up there just for constructing that. Hey there, ATX Poker. What's going on?
I think he was in the building earlier.
Yeah, he was in the building. It's going to be a Call of Duty shirt.
I think some of these guys sleep here. I mean, like,
I
every time I come here, these guys are here.
It is a wide variety of places that just make your poker room a home, and that's turn your house into a home. Come on down to any of your local TCHs, wherever you may be. As we continue, as Chase picks up a rare bluff through Chaz that I think was just sort of random enough that it was a board texture that could work.
I mean, Chaz is wide there, but that's insanely ambitious to barrel twice into 2 people on that board, especially when you're not going to have any of the aces or kings or ace king. But it worked.
Yeah, it did. Do you want to do the poker ASMR? We've got to raise up your buy. Matt F. He makes it 200.
No, I don't want to do that.
Okay, that's just going to irritate everybody else.
But I will say, though, when Berkey's doing his solve for why poker out loud stuff, I can handle Berkey doing all of his Berkey jargon.
Yeah,
and
Berkey
saying
just
stuff
feels
like
like a break,
pulled and exploitative and all these Berkey words.
Yep.
And then he gets all of his like students and they're like mimicking him.
Yeah,
but they don't really know what they're
it's-
saying. And then
it's
it's like
sort of like it's one of those weird things where
they're grabbing words out of a bag, like poker words, and they're just making sentences out of poker jargon.
versus like Berkey speaks from a place of truth. Like as he Chase shows that he had flopped.
Yeah.
Like when I had him in here before we did the tournament final table back last year, it was just very, like every word that came out of him, there was no. It just flowed in such a way that there was no way you would ever question.
Yeah, he knows
the
how to
line of
back up
thinking.
what he's saying and define what he's saying for sure.
And it's an underrated skill because that level of certainty is what kind of gets people to buy into what you're saying. So, and I don't think he wants to profess to be the voice of whatever, but when you have students, people are going to have kind of that. And I'm susceptible to it as well because I'm just trying to find the most accurate jargon because there are people that only define strategy talk by words that they feel like heighten what they sense their understanding of the game is. Like, you can use a lot of jargon and bullshit, but, like, if it's being spun to make it sound
jargon.
differently, then I don't think it fucking matters.
Yeah, like, would you rather be in a poker game where people are saying the word 3-betting a lot? Or would you rather be
advantage?
or do you want to be in a game where they don't even know what that means,
Yeah. It's just... All right, the board is frozen
boots.
here, but we do have boots who had called with the 7 deuce, so pay attention to the bottom board, 3-4 deuce. Gordon here with backdoor spades. It'll probably be rebooted here in a sec. So there we go. But you got a big turn card, though, for Gordon. Straight draw, flush draw.
Boots was probably planning on check raising flop here. And then Gordon just turns the absolute best possible card.
Yes.
Raise may make more money in the long run here than call, but
Yes.
Gordon doesn't know how aggressive Boots is. Everyone sleeps on Boots. And we're going to see a bet from Boots here. A big one, probably.
And I will not use these boots for walking pawn because I think it's probably the low-hanging fruit.
What kind of sucks for Gordon here is that even though ace high is like good showdown, especially when there's a check on the flop, having the jack is a lot of possible draws that would miss for Boots. Like having the jack there kind of sucks for Gordon.
And there's the payoff. There is the $25 being shipped there to Boots for winning.
Could get a cowabunga sound effect like Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, that would actually be not bad. Cowabunga.
So Chase, have you settled in on Nash? Ooh.
Man, good payday for Boots right there.
Yeah, that's...
That was a good pot too.
Damn it. I need to create like a filter that's like 5 seconds or less, so I just count on.
The sound bites.
Boots. Oh, wait. Well, with the 7 deuce, that we got to do the parkour. There you go. Just play the air horn. Damn it. I screwed up the timing on that pape, and I deserve ridicule and scorn.
The way you do these sounds is just wild to me. Like you're in here with, you got a foot pedal, you're like pulling on a lever.
Yeah. There's like in the 70s, like if you ever saw live at WKRP or whatever, like they used to have the cartridge tracks that you would take
Only if it's after
I'm
I
gonna-
had to learn this during when I was in radio school. Like, we knew this was being phased up. They're like, there are still stations that use this, so we will train you how to do it.
Very-
You're the man, Dustin.
Interesting Matt choosing
Woo!
the 3-bet ace jack
I
off
love you,
here
buddy.
when we saw him just flat ace queen, and now he's choosing to 3-bet ace jack. Very interesting. This is kind of what makes live poker so cool.
Yes.
The emotional side of poker. Very interested to see why, and it was actually against the same opponent as well. Choosing to 3-bet versus calling. But yeah, this is reminiscent of the Princess Bride movie, where the guy who brings the people back from the dead, he's got all the levers and machines.
Oh, really? Yeah.
That's what you got going on in here.
That, you know, my sister told me that was the movie between Spaceballs and Goonies that I watched most between like 4 to 10. She's like, you used to watch these movies like every day.
We
I
had
think that,
Spaceballs
like,
on
totally
VHS.
Developed my sense of humor without me knowing it.
All right, that's why we get along then, because I've seen Spaceballs over 30 times.
Yep.
And I've seen Goonies probably in the 15 to 20 range.
How old are you, Rob, again?
31.
Okay, yeah. So you're kind of in that ballpark of like not quite Gen
The
X,
internet
not
wasn't
quite
out,
millennial.
but then we're also good at the
You are
internet.
Squarely millennials, in case you're wondering.
Well, I'm 35.
I'm not
so,
identifying as any of that.
100%.
It's just like I feel like there's this kind of like buffer zone that it's just sort of like I don't know that there's a gray area as far as if you want to define that nonsense.
Hey man, R. Kelly married Aaliyah when she was 15 and he was 27.
That's
Yeah, almost didn't go there.
yeah, that's you don't want to start talking about Woody Allen too. All right, this channel's gonna get canceled in no time.
Pull the 10 of hearts off.
All right, raised up here by Caitlin. Though our earliest episodes was always Bones trying to transition to the Epstein didn't kill himself jokes, which were I always thought hilarious.
I've got a sweatshirt that says that.
All right, I have no doubt. All right, does anybody connect?
Oh, speaking of Epstein, which is on par for this hand right here, I just found out that the other cellmates of his are now dead.
Oh, interesting.
And by found out, I mean I have no idea if this is true or not. But
Okay, you just made that. Okay.
I
Well,
may
that's how
I may have
conspiracy
heard
starts
this.
there, Rob.
I may have heard.
Okay, so
I just hope he's not here.
there goes our channel. We have just about, and to the NSA agents tuning in currently, we apologize. You did not just
Nick
say
from
that,
Yuma's gonna
Robert
protect
Pape.
us.
All right. Noah Schmartz, I'd rather bang a rubber chicken right now than take any more investment advice. That's pretty funny. Because that's,
You know what,
no,
guy?
I mean, it's not saying you, like, just from the chat in general of just, like, everybody's got a lot of takes.
Yeah, it's gonna be real funny when all these people banging rubber chickens when their bloodline is donezo. You know,
Yeah.
we're gonna have a weird period where there's never been sex dolls in the world till when there's sex dolls, and then our population's just donezo.
Yeah, it's...
So go have
For men
babies,
and
everybody.
women, they'll eventually reach the point where men ain't shit continues to deteriorate into the...
Mikey, what did you think about the All-Star game last night?
I didn't get to watch. I was doing the live stream. I was doing the step ones to...
What if I told you I had the live stream up while watching the All-Star game?
Well, that's pretty... Did you enjoy that with me and Lottie, or did you just kind of watch the hands?
I mean, I'm not going to tell you if I muted Lottie or not, but
Okay,
I heard you and Lottie on the commentary for sure.
That's okay. That's at least an acknowledgement and a step in the right direction. So,
All right, Bones has a hand that's pretty close to deuce 7 off here. Getting to go heads up against Chase.
bam.
And Chase may peel with a backdoor flush draw, but I imagine Bones just wins his hand a disproportionate amount of the time. Bones is really perceptive, though, because even though he has this exact hand on this board, he's going to pick up on things about like Chase's body language more than most people would here. Also, amazing card for Bones the Barrel.
Yep.
Really good card for Chase to raise. But he's going to continue through a call here. Pretty tough card for Bones to bluff now. Not many hands that Chase is going to call flop with and call turn that he's going to then fold river. Because a lot of those hands are going to be boats now. Except for basically like exactly diamond hands. And Bones has a diamond, so...
So again, if you're just tuning in, Pape suggesting that the population will soon decline after the rise of sex bots and AI. So, we've gone all over the map. I did go ahead and take a breather. So, he's actually being dragged out by the FBI currently. So, we hope he's got a really good lawyer. If any of you could potentially be an assistance to Robert Pape, he may be, I don't know if detained is the right word, but he is going to take a break here as... Oh, I need to shut up now? Okay. Dude. No, this is my show. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just bullshitting you guys. Up, we've got Jeremy here with Ace Queen. The raise up to probably 100 off the $20 straddle. Let's see, after 3-bet here on the button by Max. It's actually a sizing here to 310 or 320, excuse me. And back here to Jeremy. And he's going to take a flop here with the Ace of Clubs, Queen of Spade, as the Jack 3-6 board completely whiffs on both players. Here we go. Maybe had a pretty good audience here tonight, just north of like 800 viewers at times. Make sure to continue to smash that like button if you've not checked in yet. Yeah, we have our 500K guaranteed tournament announced between all of our clubs, between Dallas, Houston, Rio Grande Valley, Austin. You can play a day 1 at any of those locations, but your day 2 is going to be wrapping up at Dallas. I imagine the final table will be streamed on TCH Live, and I hope I'm per gosh darn tootin' there to be doing the commentary by the time we get to the end of it. I'll hope to be able to play it. So 10 ball here on the end as it went check, check, flop, check, check, turn. Does each player probably now trying to surmise if they're ace high. Best Jedi Master Tennis Mike yelling at that dog. No, I was yelling at the fictitious FBI agent that was taking Pape away. Apparently, he got it settled outside.
Hey, the motto is have babies, Mike.
Yeah, you had to clear it to somebody up there with a guy in a suit.
I'm back.
All right, so I was worried about you for a moment. I was probing for attorneys to potentially.
I saw some chaos out there, so no spoilers.
Okay,
but I'm going to be biased.
Okay, so within the next 5 minutes.
I think Max chose to unbutton a button here. This may come back to haunt him.
Yeah, that's the risk of trying to go for sex appeal. It's just
and an all dude, and well, one girl, one out of
10%. As
on a 9 out of 10 dude lineup.
Yep.
There's a White Claw on the
rail. Day, no less. So
the White Claw may have a wider 3-bet range than the non-White Claw.
Yeah, there is kind of alcohol choice that you do have to put in your variables as far as 3-betting range. Because,
especially a lime one.
Yeah, like there's a guy who's living on the edge right there. And he's putting it, or is that Boots' White Claw? I don't know if it's lined up more with Boots' chips, so that could be.
You just can't read Boots. I'm sticking by it.
Yeah, that's with a White Claw in it, makes it even tougher. As back here in the TCH live streets, if you're checking us out here for the first time, make sure to subscribe, ring the bell, where you get notifications. Each and every time the TCH live is streaming. Yeah, let's see if we can get over 200 likes here very soon. I appreciate it.
Open to 80 over the 25 straddle.
Couple of chuties.
It's her 3rd time getting jacks. Wait, what hand is it?
Damn it. I was trying to find the right Kawabunga sound, but that's not. That would have been.
Oh my God! It's Gordon.
Oh boy, we got a couple of
with the queens. It's gonna be hard for me not to talk about Sun running and new pros right now.
Yep. It is.
I'm gonna talk about this shirt that Caitlin's wearing.
Yeah, it's a battle of style.
Looks handmade.
A lot of hearts.
She's got the mask flipped up the other way.
Yeah, that was.
So
recoverable blunder that she recovered nicely from.
Wow. Wow, she just folded jacks.
got on, put in the fear of Gordon in everyone's hearts. This Boots here with the 7-6. Says, I'm blocking 7 deuce here, so I got to be good. Except now, but...
Well, 7 deuces is a pair of deuces now.
Yeah, I know, exactly. So now he's got enough information to dwell upon that if he is getting into the 7 deuce game like they are playing here on the table, he can just easily get away from it. So, Mohammed Alatar, good luck from Dubai to all. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Hey, appreciate it. Good vibes to Dubai. We continue. I've had a pretty interesting chat night as well. Mike Campbell here with Rob P.
It's a pretty disrespectful fold with jacks there. I know that she was under the gun razor, but, you know, you have Boots calling in between them. Very interesting.
Interesting, indeed. So, let's see. Got WPT Steps series. Check out our website, texascardhouse.com, or follow along at tch.atx. We do a really good job keeping everything posted and keeping the good word out about TCH across all our locations. And, hey,
There hasn't really been a kind of like table sizing. Everyone's kind of bringing their style a little bit and kind of choosing their own pre-flop sizing. Like we saw under the gun to 80 last hand from Caitlin, and we're seeing 100 raise here, both over $25 straddles. Gordon just getting back-to-back hands.
Back to
three
back,
bet.
because you can never check, man. It's in the words of Drake or something. You a big Drake fan?
A very big Drake fan.
Okay, that answers it. So
That's one of his worst songs, though. But
it
yeah.
is.
I think like a 15-year-old wrote that one, though.
Yeah, it's possible it's Ghostwriter. Just
Gordon refusing to show his hand because he has aces.
I don't know.
No, you know what? I think he had the deuces there. So
Yeah, maybe he had this. Well, he didn't show the 7 or the deuce, so we're still good to go here. As
I got to be nicer to everyone.
no, you don't. You don't have to be nice. Well, I mean, like,
Does me no good to be mean to anybody here.
No, it doesn't. Kindness kills, as somebody tried to explain to me once, or kill them with kindness, or some way somebody's always advising out there killing, so that's not good.
Yep.
All right, $25 straddle being put on across, I think, most of the table here at this point.
Yeah, we're 3 hands in a row now. Looks like everybody's back at the table, so a full table now.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's going to mean ranges are going to tighten, but we'll see. Chase says, nope. Unknown liquid in the cup. Boots raising it up with the 2-7 minus 1.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess you could put solids. So. All right, Caitlin here with pocket 7s. And going to call Jeremy.
Jeremy may think he's getting the right price here and that Chase will flat enough of the time and not re-raise. It's probably close to break even there with 5-8 off. It's probably losing, but you can justify it for calling for sure.
Especially multi-way as we see here so often.
Oh, we got 2 flush draws.
Could be trouble here for Bootsy.
Boots with the 6-high heart draw, and we have Matt F with the 8-high hearts. Luckily for Boots, no one has an ace, and so on brick runouts, he's going to be able to, with initiative, win this pot a lot. It's going to be really bad for Boots, though, if a heart peels on the turn of the river.
Enable ace here on the turn. So 9 high still best here, but Boots hard to read. He might be able to blast this one through.
Yeah, and like Matt has shown propensity to flat a lot of aces in position here. So I think Boots is thinking about how likely Matt is to have an ace here. And looks like he's going to check and reevaluate here. Is that a heart? Oh, no. That looks like the 10 of hearts to me.
It is the 10 of hearts.
It
Oh,
is.
no. We may see... Actually, no. Matt's been quite tight in the river. We may just see a bet call here. Unfortunate for Boots, because I think Boots wins his hand on all non-heart river runouts.
10 of hearts here on the end is here at the right of your screen. Scanning. Jeremy, the dealer.
10 of hearts is rough too because like some of the better flushes, could have been hands that contain 10 of hearts, but did Boots just check? Maybe he thinks that Matt's being trappy. I guess he's just going to check call for that sizing and not really expecting to get called by anything else. Because even if Boots thinks that Matt has ace-10, ace-jack here, I'm sorry, ace-jack or like ace-9 here, he probably doesn't think that he's going to call a raise, so he's probably just going to check call. This is pretty gross for Boots, though, because how often is this a bluff from Matt F? Straights and flushes get in?
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, yeah, well, we should tell you we're playing 7 days.
I play with myself.
So
He may have considered raising if it was like if he felt like it was a smaller sizing and more weighted towards aces or than value.
Yeah, and especially non-pair board too. I think there's probably better opportunity. You could probably make it with some more certainty. But here, is he gonna? I saw cards being mocked. I think he actually mocked.
Wow. Boots makes a flush and folds.
Wow.
Boots is so good.
God, like you said, he's picked up on things that people may miss and makes a big time lay down there with these.
Okay, so what I saw, I think, was actually Gordon leaving the table. So
Got on his.
We have a new player.
So we will get a new player. Okay. Well, that's not the worst thing in the world here. Some fresh blood to come on in here for the last.
Player had to grab Gordon for a seat.
What's that? Okay. Well, don't worry about it. All right, still here in the cash game streets at Texas Card House Austin. 3 tables of 1-2, a 2-5 match the stack. And I think when we checked in on our Dallas location, look at this, like 7 tables of 1-2, 5 of 2-5, 1-3 table, a 5-10. So, boy, those folks up there are living large. Our boy Victor holding down the fort there. Probably not ever getting a moment of sleep, but
he's holding the fort down.
Damn Skippy. Young male style should get punished for playing 6 deuce suited. Well,
yeah, but I think almost everyone else at the table
probably calls.
loses a lot there. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that you can play a lot of hands, but do you have the right instincts to be able to fold those hands?
So this new guy sitting down, I believe, is an options trader from Chicago.
Oh wow!
Played a bit with him. Actually played heads up with him.
Really?
Here, yeah. Which you rarely get heads up and
like,
House, yeah. But yeah, he was in from out of town. He wanted to play. I was like, all right.
All right, let's do it. So we've got high hopes. All right, no, we got Chase calling. Bear Sparks rates up to 125. And
Flops
just
the
gonna
nuts.
flop the joint.
Not very exciting, though, because it looks like Chase is just going to check fold.
Yeah, there's no punting for Chase here. It's going to the check fold button. Sparks takes it down. Flops the nuts. All right, we'll continue.
Looks like this guy's coming in for 7,000-ish.
Yeah, decent. So, again, if you want to play on TCH Live, actually, I don't think we've had the bottom line screen on here, but you can email TCH Live list at texascardhouse.com. The phone number 512-939-1971. I don't know about the middle numbers, but either way, TCH Live list at texascardhouse.com, the mailing address.
Also, I want to say Gordon played really well, so shout out to Gordon.
Yeah, very good job, Gordon.
I know he's been putting in a lot more volume.
Yeah.
I played with him like 2 days ago, very briefly, but I'm sure I'll be seeing him a lot more. So.
Yeah, he's joined for commentary. I didn't get to. I think I was just so wiped out on Thursday. I didn't get to listen to the show. I just every once in a while I've just got to turn the phone off, shut all poker content off, and just
Well, it's tough too, like commentating, because especially if you play against these players, or if you're
Yeah.
friends with these players, like it's tough to be objective, especially if like you're battling against somebody.
Yeah.
And if you're competitive, like you're normally cheering for yourself, and you're normally not cheering for
right for
your
people
competitors.
that you're not friendly with. Or as we've got a $50 straddle,
So
and
this
a
is
200 raise
a
with
little bit better than
boots.
deuce 6 here. He's got deuce 7.
Damn straight.
Cowabunga.
Oh,
Wait, let's see if I think he's gonna win. Wait, we've already had a deuce 7 win. I think 2 or 3 times tonight.
Caitlin now going to put in the 3-bet here to 700 with ace
So
king.
Boots is the kind of person that can 4-bet deuce 7 here.
But
We've seen him make 2 big folds to Caitlin. When she had 10s on the queen 9 x9 board, and then just there he just snap mucks to a button 3-bet.
yeah, just realizing that's not going to be
Yeah.
a 4-bet that's probably going to work effectively.
Yeah,
And
Boots is really good at picking up information quickly on new players, but Boots also plays less than someone like Chase or someone like Casey, who's going to play more with everyone else at the table.
let's see here in the chat. We've got a 25 straddle. Hillbilly Mike, you the Dallas GM. Do you pay Dak that much, or you go a different route?
I mean, I basically fire the whole coaching staff, and I get Kevin Kelly
Yeah,
from the
I would.
Pulaski Academy in Arkansas,
Oh, really?
and then I just basically win a Super Bowl immediately.
That's just like that.
Maybe I sell my whole team to get a top 5 quarterback. Maybe Dak's a top 5 quarterback. I don't think he is. But if you get a top 5 quarterback and then you get anyone else in the field and you get Kevin Kelly, I think you'll be good.
Yeah, I mean, well, everybody puts out these numbers, so I have to know like what's guaranteed, what is like your ability to be able to get out of that contract once you get past, like, say he takes another injury or he has just a subpar performance. This is like the only thing that you can ever really bank on is the fact that if you have some flexibility to be able, because the asking price for a starting quarterback now is going to be plus 35 to 40 million on a market that is.
I just think that some of the edges in this game where there's so much money involved come in like decision making and play calling and clock management, and it's baffling how bad these GMs and coaches are at understanding basic math and like risk reward and going for it on 4th down and playing to win versus playing to establish the run and what they do.
Yeah.
So
Well, it's a longer conversation. I could probably.
yeah, I don't want to rant on it right now. I'll just get too
we got
fired
eights
up.
and-
When it's closer to football season, we can talk football.
No, well, I mean, it's NFL free agency, which is its own. And like I heard Berkey talking about it, that like poker really has no news cycle, whereas the NFL has a 24/7, 365. Like there's always going to be a headline or something to follow or people to pay attention to. Now for Dak, I mean, if you're in a mode where like you've got a roster that you can construct that you can win now with, I think it's fine. But I mean, like the NFC East is wide open enough that you've seen it every year. Like they have the ability to be able to win it and be able to have a high seed to be able to the upside, potentially win a championship when the NFC is. Yeah, hey, it's kind of ripe for the taking because you can account for Kansas City on the other side. So with I don't love any of these numbers for quarterback contracts because unless the guy's on his rookie deal, like you've got to pay somebody north of $25 million, which ties up a shit ton of your cap that you don't have the ability to be able to build a roster capable enough to be sustainable year after year because you're just always going to be in a wave of casualties versus redrafting and finding talent and putting them in position.
I think this is a great open from Chase, by the way.
Yeah,
I
back
think
here the poker
I
action.
think the small blind was gone, and I also think in an ante game, a straddled game, you want to be opening even wider.
Yeah.
And it looks like Louise is just going to turn it straight and bet it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take it down. So, I mean the short end of it is just like it's probably fine, but it's all the other moves that the Cowboys have to make to shore up some of the problem spots, and that you just don't have the flexibility to be able to do because the cap's going to be a little bit smaller. There's not a lot of teams with money, and the teams that have money are like the Patriots or the Jags and the Colts that are going to be able to outbid you for all the mid-tier free agents that will be on the market. So, It'll be a fascinating offseason. Like, it's.
I'm excited to see Urban back and with Lawrence and the most cap money.
Yeah, they'll see how the Jacks work out. And we'll see is he really going to be transformative enough to be able to lift the Jacks out? What is the actual value of a guy as a game changer? So
I heard really good things about Urban Meyer at Ohio State, like putting his students through like special business classes and
he's a smart guy. Like,
getting them linked
doubt.
up with investors, like so they can have a career after their, NFL's over and they can invest their money.
We got a hand developing a flush draw, king high spades,
And it's a limped pot.
Oh, okay, it's not as big of a. Okay, not as big of a pot. So.
Oh wow. That's like the one saving grace here for Chase if a spade comes is that he open limp cut off here.
Let's see.
Interesting to open limp cut off queen deuce of spades versus opening button. But he's gonna take it down. Wow. Priced out Matt there.
So as we continue, somebody in the chat asked when was the last high-paying quarter. I mean, like Brady always kind of took below market value deals. Manning was at the end of his career. Foles was the backup that came in for Carson Wentz. Was about to sign an extension soon after. Mahomes, I think, was right in the beginning end of his deal, so he was on a rookie deal. Brady. Reasonable 20-25 mil per year.
The problem is like there's definitely differences in skill amongst like a starting player or a higher Pro Bowl caliber player and a non-starter, but teams will make the mistake of just paying the wrong players too much or paying the wrong position too much and overvaluing running back. Or
part of it is the human element of like sometimes. You want to be able to take care of the guys who, to be good citizens in your locker room.
Yeah. But I actually like that side of it. I think, overpaying for even Patrick Mahomes because you want to take care of him, or even overpaying for a veteran.
If the cap continues to go up, Mahomes' contract will be of value because, if you project that there's going to be more revenue and more money to be able to be tied into the cap, then his number is going to be pretty normal. Compared on the spectrum, probably underpaid based on what he can perform at. So, we've got a straight draw down here for Chaz on the turn. Same for Sparks and Boots, but on the higher end.
I think if Chaz was last to act, he would bet. Boots, also an aggressive player, may choose to bet now as last to act. Sparks is in a tough spot. Boots is able to kind of use Chaz's leverage on Sparks in this position. And Chaz is going to give up his straight draw.
Yeah, so... And I just love talking about quarterbacks. I think it's an interesting market because team building has to do with so much of... I'm a Vikings fan, so they're just recycling. They're trying to find guys in the mid-rounds that they can develop and become starters on the cheap. Or when they can extend them, they're going to have them at reasonable numbers. Or first-round picks that have those 5-year deals so that if you get them for the 5th-year option.
Who's the Vikings coach again?
Mike Zimmer. If Mike Zimmer was the Dallas Cowboys coach, the fucking Cowboys would be in the Super Bowl.
Zimmer's dating a 29-year-old.
He's a legend, man. Unfortunately, his first wife passed when he was with the Bengals. Really young, too. So I love him. I'll stand by him to the end.
He's apparently a legend.
He's a really funny guy and a really tremendous competitor. Has always built some really great defenses. They've just juggled offensive coordinators, so there's just kind of this Jekyll and Hyde. They've figured out the Kubiak zone run system that has worked for them. So they're going to bring Kubiak's son in to be the offensive coordinator. So it'll be pretty good. So
Justin Jefferson, is that his name?
Yeah.
He was probably one of the best steals of the draft.
Yeah, they had to give up that pick from Stephon Diggs to be able to do it. So, it worked out in the end that it's rare that, it could have been like the Eagles who took the Jalen Reagor from TCU.
Right.
And it's just there's a lot of people just saying, Justin Jefferson's the best receiver out of this class, and he showed it.
Well, we watched him in Austin when he came down to play Texas.
Yeah, and he was kind of pigeonholed as only a slot receiver, whereas, let's say, just because you had Jamar Chase and you had some of those other weapons for LSU, like, he was most effective because, hey, you had Joe Burrow, had a great whole system in
I
general.
hope Burrow comes back healthy.
Absolutely. So, raise up here to 125 by Matt F. with pocket.
Over a limp, I think. Yeah, it looks like Chase is going to defend.
Does ace for ace?
Matt has a very low c-bet frequency. This is a amazing board to c-bet with bluffs, though, and also good with eights.
Hey, we got Aaron McInnes in the chat saying, hi, Robbie, heart emoji.
What's up, man? I think I saw him cash the tournament.
Yeah.
Few know ICM more than Aaron.
I would imagine.
Everyone says the word, though.
Yeah, everybody says
actually
it,
know
but
what
like,
it means
do
more.
you actually, it's a good one for me to just pop out there. They're just like, why would he make that fold here? ICM. And like, I don't have to say anything. Like,
Well, it's fun because you got to, especially if you have to balance if some people know it and some people don't know it. You know? Then you don't just blindly apply it everywhere. So.
Yeah, just like, well, ICM. Okay, well, that's okay. Young male Styles has got to wait for Rager to get more targets and connect with her. Yeah. I mean, it's you're always trying to value in the long term on the draft side of things. That,
Uh-oh.
yeah. I mean,
Don't
you
give
have a
Chaz
good
a
idea
hand
the
to
first
three
year
bet out
if
of the
it's
small blind.
Yeah, here we go. We got tens.
So I think Chaz also is looking to play heads up here, first chase. And so he's going to be a little bit more likely to 3-bet with Caitlin and Jeremy behind. And did Chase just snap 4-bet? He just snapped 4. He
4-bet
bombed
to
it, too.
1.3K and shows. Me and Aaron called him a couple of babes, a couple of tens.
Yeah, I've never heard that before, and I've never heard Judy's before, but you know what?
Yeah, we're trying to find stuff that's original, not just say the same crap that's out there.
Yeah.
So.
I don't mind Judy's. I really don't like a couple of babes. So
Yeah,
I'll let you say
it's
that.
not everyone's gonna be a winner, Rob. Get off my back, man. It's tough, not just.
Hey man, you're pulling all the levers.
It's levers, buttons. We got a hamster wheel that just kind of keeps the light revving on it all times. So
You got Carolyn chained to the desk over here.
yeah, we'll let her out 1 hour.
Is that $100 straddle? All right, yeah. So Boots is in Boots mode right now.
Damn straight.
You know, we saw the 2-6 earlier. We saw the 2-7 earlier. This is where Boots is about to hurt some people. Wow, I can't believe Chaz just folded button there. He must have had like 9-3 offsuit.
Just really garbage. No disrespect to the 9 tries.
Let's see if we can see what it was. 5-7 off.
Oh, I thought it was suited. Okay, we got to Bones here out of the original straddle to 25, raising to 325. Chase will fold the ace Dewey. And his Boots.
I think Bones wanted to choose a size that was small with how massive the straddle is, but then big enough to possibly get some folds out of Chase. I don't think he expects Boots to fold much here.
Right.
So Bones is going to go out of position and
just flop the world here.
Flopping Boots dead here. Expect Bones to show an ace, yeah.
Yeah, the guys are good friends. Okay, so we were talking NFL, we're talking coaching. Is the hillbilly say I take whoever the 9th QB pick is in this draft versus Dak. Like there's that balance of the fact of like there is a good offensive system, but there's always been this sort of flux of like we have too many receivers. They're enough to keep everybody happy. Is there, Mike McCarthy's decision making, I don't think was fantastic, and he got a contract based off of like, hey, I got a Pro Football Focus subscription. I understand analytics.
Yeah, it's like I went to Sloan, but then it's like he didn't even go to Sloan because you ask him an analytical question, he doesn't understand it.
So, like, part of head coaching, I think, is culture building, delegating tasks, and having a good a base to be able to find people in your network that you can hire as good coaches that you can put the message across the board.
So the problem with that is that what if you're consistently losing? The problem is I think teams just continue to beat their head against the wall and implement the same losing strategy, and no one's ballsy enough to take a risk and try new strategies. And so we just see the Detroit Lions, a terrible franchise. Did you hear the Detroit Lions head coach's interview?
Yeah.
With about slashing people's knees and knocking skulls and stuff.
Well, I heard TJ Hawkinson as a tight end. Like he's like, I like this guy more because the people that were the GMs there that came from the Patriot way, and they're like, hey, you're having too much fun out there. Imagine a GM being like,
okay, that's
you're not
also
who I
bad.
thought I am. You're having too much
Man,
fun.
poor Sparks can't catch a break. He
cannot.
He gets the
Sparks
monster
ever going to get a break
D7,
on this stream?
and not only does he get Chaz to his immediate left, which is, I'm probably going to say, the worst seat in the house. Also, the 1 and the 2 seats are just bad anyway because you have no room. But he runs into aces here. Chaz could. Is Sparks feeling spicy enough to 4-bet here?
I don't think so.
Wow, Chaz hates the fold there, but.
But when it comes to Dak, like I just also feel like there's enough talent there that when you had to cover for so much of the defense's failings, like you wind up making more riskier decisions because you're not trying to play to conserve clock, you're trying to play to win constantly, and that has a lot more variance, I think, as far as Dallas defense.
I think the play
Nobody's
caller
ever going to disagree.
brings a lot of value. Like I think who was the Boise State quarterback that calls plays for the Cowboys? They had kind of a thing going at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, Kellen Moore is. They kept him as one of the holdovers from the Clapper era. So
yeah, I don't know. It's probably worth buying low in the Cowboys right now.
Yeah. I think they are a solid upside. That it's just it's like you would say for a lot of these guys. I love them at a certain cost until.
Yeah, and they ran bottom 20. Well, actually, they ran bottom 5% to have your quarterback get injured, but they ran bottom 25% regardless as far as injury luck and then just rest of the season luck as well.
Yeah, and there's turnover luck too that to a degree. So
yeah, people don't realize how much luck is in the game.
It's not as simple as we'd like it to be. So
all right, there's no 9s left in the deck.
None of them.
But there's 2 9-10 suiteds, and there's an A6 off from Boots. We got backdoor hearts here from Matt. And Bones in the lead with 9s and kings right now. All right, Bones is actually in massage mode now. So
yeah, this could be troubling. Right, is queen here on the end, or should be on the turn? Excuse me.
It's actually a great card for Matt to barrel because Bones out of the blinds is going to have a decent chunk of 3s. And also, Bones is going to have all of the 4s through 8s that are going to call once and probably fold turn. Wow, yeah. So he barreled there. Nice. Oh, he's smiling. He's fake slow rolling the deuce 7.
This will take it down. Let's see.
Sometimes this 2-7 game gets put on. And then it doesn't really get shown for a while. And then 2 hours go by. You forget about it. Yeah. And then you'll be in this critical, heads-up pot, maybe with some aces and some deuces on board. And you don't think about the 2-7 as much.
Not as often. This is a comment that drives me nuts because I don't think there's any tangible. Dak is a good dude. Second man, I like him, but he doesn't have what it takes. I don't buy that because... you're pinning a lot of blame squarely on a quarterback and not enough on an organization.
Yeah. Also, what do we know? Are we elite athletes?
Do you hang out with
playing
Dak? Do you know if he's like?
I mean, I watched him at Mississippi State. I didn't think he was that good. I thought Roma was better than him for a while.
Yeah.
But I also watched Dak just be on pace for 6,000 yards to start last year. And
yeah. Ethan, it's BS that Todd Bowles isn't a head coach yet. Yeah, it's tough after. You coach the Jets and you got the kind of stink on you. Then you build a Super Bowl.
Todd Bowles did one of the smartest things that I don't think was talked about enough is that he played more 5 and 6 defensive back packages than any other defense in the league by double. And especially up against Patty Mahomes of the Chiefs, having more cover corners because you can't put linebackers as athletic as they are on these receivers.
Yeah. It's and there's probably already a degree of yeah. It's just sort of, I guess maybe the point I'm trying to make is like I don't understand schematics enough. Nobody understands it enough to say with a ton of certainty. But like you can have a variability of like I have an eye test. I know what I see that seems not correct.
I want to see ex players come coach more.
Yeah, that we've got a flop flush draw here from Max though in this hand as we go 3 ways, checked all the way through. Here we go.
Kind of unlucky for Chaz here. He may think he has the best hand with a 10. Max may choose to just lead out here into the field.
You let's call it.
We got 2 more hands.
I have my $50 ready to go.
Here we go. 8 ball here on the end is still here. Max with a better 10.
He's thinking about betting here. You know, it's harder for Chaz to have 10s with him having a 10, but I think he can get called by worse, and he's going to want to have this hand as a bet. And if Chaz has a king, then it's okay.
You
know, how many players are going to probe turn out of position and then fire river again as a bluff? Especially when the first bet on the turn was into 4 people. Something to think about in Chaz's position there. But
it used to be like a limit play, like check raise, turn on a big draw, lead everything on the river, but you're almost like implied to, especially pots.
Yeah, and
like you're almost just like always have to call. But
we're seeing that more implemented now for sure. But then we're also seeing people probing turn, but then giving up river. But Chaz had no club there, so don't fault the call.
All right, do us a huge favor here. Smash that like button if you've not done so yet. We've had a pretty good night here on the live stream. Robert Pape joining myself here for commentary. We'll have Steam Dola tentatively tuning in, or joining us for Thursday's 2-5 stream. We always have fun with that one. Aaron, got to take a little trip and go visit some fan family, so you'll have to put up with me on Thursday.
Is that lineup already set on Thursday?
I do not know. Caroline would be the one to ask, which is my default answer for everything. Okay.
I'm quite bad at planning, but I may play if there's a seat.
I can put you on the list.
Okay, don't worry about it.
We got a raise up here by Max.
Looks like he's ISOing Chase here, limping cutoff. Louise snapped 3 bets. He says, "Hey, I only got an hour to play."
Yeah, let's do this.
But this is good recognizing the positions here. Chase is going to look particularly weak, limping from cutoff, and then small blind ISOing here should be pretty wide.
Is it 25 and 50, or does it want to do 50?
There's
Flops comes king 3-10, rainbow. Max is going to be out ahead here with the king. Interesting to see if Louise continues on bricks and if he continues on hearts. I'd imagine Max to play this as a check call mostly.
And let's see what else we got here. ATX O Poker had a question about baseball announcers. Maybe I can chime in after the fact, but 5 of hearts here on the turn.
All right. I think he will continue. What do you think? I think he just snap bets 800.
Yeah. It's 1.3K. That's 750 maybe.
Oh, he's grabbing a little bit more. Looks like
that's it's
1,000?
chunky, as you'd say.
it's going to put Max in a pretty tough spot. Even if Max is aware that, you know, ace queen, even with no hearts, can barrel here, and even a hand like jack nine of hearts can barrel here, he's going to be a little bit stressing. about ace, king, king, queen, pocket aces, pocket tens. He did the chip cutout. I don't know if he's posturing and folding or, yeah, okay.
Yeah, he is going to give it up here, so big bet. By
I like the sizing. You know, not knowing the player, you know, would he choose the same sizing with value? I don't know. It's debatable. Interesting to think about, though.
Well, just on an aside here, ATX says, here the most famous baseball announcer ever. Always think of Will Ferrell. Well, I mean, I think you ask any Dodger fan, for Dodger Blue is Vin Scully. Guy did, I mean, even when he was in his 80s, was fantastic as a baseball broadcast. I think it's the most practiced art of all the sports broadcasters that dates back to when, you had radio broadcasters, the teens, 20s, 30s, So I find it to be the purest of all the sports casting, but I think there's so many people that do it well.
Looks like Jeremy has...
Couple of ladies. Yeah, with the 25 straddle.
Wait, did you do the sound?
No. Okay, I guess I can.
Yeah, pull the lever.
Lady.
I don't know what that's from, but it's the mic sound.
Yeah.
All right, Sparks is going to defend the straddle here, and Boots is feeling ambitious with the 10-8.
Yeah, there is.
Bam.
Bam, right there.
Unfortunately for Jeremy, no one really has much of anything else.
Nope.
Pretty great board. Not the best board, but hopeful board.
Gonna go ahead and take it down. Everybody see that tweet? I mean, I was literally on Twitter as it came into my feed where Baker Mayfield's pretty sure we saw a UFO while we were out on Lake Travis. So I don't put it past people. I think there's been some.
The problem with tweeting something out like that is that you now expose yourself to risk of FBI agent showing up at your door and taking you out.
Well, yeah, or asking some questions or giving a prepared statement so they can log it.
Yeah.
But
Or the alien could come back and
yeah, they
take you
could
out.
come back. They might just be checking out what's happening here. Maybe they just come down for certain live stream shows, and it was predictable because Colin Cowherd then went on the attack of you don't hear Tom Brady talking about UFO. It's
That's why I can't do
trolling.
sports talk, especially in the off season.
Yeah, it's just I can't. I used to love Cowherd. I start to be thinking he's becoming kind of.
Yeah, he just hates on Mayfield.
It just gnaws on the same fucking bits. And I mean, I will watch if there's occasional guests that I think are really insightful.
I like Nick Wright a lot more than I like Cowherd. Oh,
yeah,
turn
there's
set
a
for
7 here on the
Chaz.
Turn is
Multiple sets today for Chaz.
Greg Cosell, Trent Dilfer, Ryan Russillo.
I just listened to the Russillo Simmons pod.
Yeah,
I tried to. That was my study prep for.
yeah, that was your get ready
this,
for this to talk
stream.
about NBA trade rumors and stuff.
Yeah.
I had a friend make the Russillo pod because they were telling a story because they had Richard Jefferson on the pod. I had a friend of mine in college in Iowa City. He was really drunk. He played Division II college. He sees Richard Jefferson in line just at the Pet Mall there in Iowa City, a great fun spot of bars. He's shit-faced out of his mind.
Yeah.
And he's talking to Richard Jefferson. It's like, hey, man, Luke Walton's a bitch. I would cross over Luke Walton every day. And, Richard Jefferson turns around and he's like, hey, man, what team you play for? Shut the fuck up. Because, Jefferson's a big buddy with Luke Walton, but my buddy at the time was, that was when Luke Walton was still playing with the Lakers. It's like, what team do you play for? But somebody shared that story on the Russillo pod, and it was one of the funniest things I ever encountered just because I actually knew that story. But
Yeah.
not
I
everybody
love
cares.
just player stories in general.
And we're just losing viewers. All right, we got a race up here by Chase with the ace-2 suited as we're getting close to rounding third and heading for home.
Is he going to take it down?
I think so. I think Caleb put out the $25 straddle.
Man, the chairs that you guys have are so good.
Yeah,
Look how good everyone's posture is. And
yeah, I got one of the dealer chairs in here, and I probably want that back out there in the main room. But you've got one of the regular and I remember when we got those chairs, there were some people that loved the wheelie chairs. The ones with
No, they're
wheels
just
were
finding
not.
a reason to complain.
Yeah, these are.
It's the seat hoppers. You know, their old lucky chairs gone.
Yeah, seat change button, please. Is that nauseating for you sometimes? Is the seat change mafia?
Well, it's like when people say, you know, this guy's got everything. He's a donkey. He's hard to play against.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes it actually is tough to go into the mind of someone who, you know, is a math professor or something, but then, you know, is on his fourth seat change. You're like, what is this guy thinking of when he actually bets? You know?
Yeah, I remember there was a guy here that used to play that. Did
Chaz just muck sevens there? It's very
What?
disciplined.
All right, we got the 7 Dewey out here for Boots, who called. Louis here with the 5-4 suited. The King Queen here for Jeremy. Jeremy spoken class.
2 flush
today.
draws here. Louis has 4-5 of diamonds, and Chase has ace king of diamonds. And Chase is not slowing down.
Ain't no rhyme or reason to.
Man, Boots is running into some tough spots with 2-7.
He's trying,
and
man.
2-6 too. I think a call is going to be more likely here than a raise. Yeah, he's played as a call. Jeremy's probably thinking about the price and the implied odds, but he's probably also thinking about if a 10 of diamonds peels. And he says, I don't care. I'm still going to call.
If he dies, he dies. 10 ball right there on the turf
a
for King
non-diamond
Queen.
10. We may see Chase continue here, picking up some equity.
Yeah.
Not knowing that he just lost a bunch of equity, but the thing about this card is that it's going to connect so well with 2 players' flop calling range here. Like a Louise and a Jeremy's calling range on a Jack 9-4.
Like a Queen 10, like your Queen 10s could pair up.
Yeah, like if Jeremy's going to call a Queen King, he's going to call a 7-8 a decent amount of the time, and
you know, like
he's also probably going to call 9-10 and Jack 10.
Queen 9
or Queen 10 is now open-ender plus a pair. So Chase sizing up massive and is not going to like it because we may just see a shove here from Jeremy. We saw him check call, check raise with a set of 3s earlier. And it's not that I don't even like this line from Jeremy. It's that he doesn't really have a choice against the sizing with what he has behind. And it looks like Chase just snap called him.
A queen on the end of the first
gosh.
run out. Let's see what we get on the second. It's an ace, so
Okay.
choppy.
No, it's not chop. Wait, no, it is chop. Okay.
Yeah, because it was queen on the first board. Yeah,
I wasn't sure if Chase had 2 straights there.
yeah, because he had the higher end, and then
I mean, Chase still had a decent chunk of equity.
Oh,
there,
yeah.
But
flush straight draw.
that could have been that was a 10K swing though.
That was a big pot. That be split up between the 2.
Yeah, just got himself in trouble by sizing that much. I think multi-way, but
that is some of the hazard you
because you just don't want to get blown off your equity.
No.
But yeah, I mean, you're gonna be up. You're gonna be in pretty bad shape usually most of the time. I think if you're gonna call a shove there.
Well, again, our 500K guaranteed tournament. If you maybe just are tuning in late, announce that here on the stream that it's an $800 buy-in going to be taking place April 8th, 9th, and 10th for the day 1, and on April 11th, the day 2 is the day 2 in Dallas. So whether you play Austin, Houston, Rio Grande Valley, or Dallas, you can take part in the flights there on day 1. And again, day 2, no matter where you play. For day 1, day 2 is going to be in Dallas. So more details, that'll be up on our website, texascardhouse.com, or Instagram, tch.atx, or at texascardhouse, or tch.dallas, tch.htx, tch.rgv. Yeah, I mean, that is...
We're going to need someone to investigate the best foods near these rooms.
Yeah, it's...
There's going to be multiple tournament breaks.
Can we make a TCH like Reddit? Like, is there going to be like a Reddit forum where people could just centralize... Like, I feel like Slack or Discord or anything, it's too not as easy to be able to, I don't know. Maybe
we could probably make a Texas poker subreddit.
Sure.
And then just get a lot of feedback. All right, Max is going to pick up kings here. And Boots isn't going to care. He says 8-5 of diamonds. You're going down.
So middle pair. And
This is going to be pretty rough for Boots. He's probably going to call one here, especially if he thinks that he's up against a lot of ace-king and ace-queen. Max is reaching for chips.
reaching.
I think Boots called.
Yeah, we got an ace here on the turn as.
I'd expect Max to check back here. But that's knowing not much about him. That's just observing kind of what's happened today. He checks. Easy when I can see the hands, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. We all become brilliant experts at this.
So Boots is in a kind of a tough spot because a lot of hands that he was beating on the flop now beat him on the turn when the ace gets there, and he, you know, could try to find some ambitious bluff there, but
All right.
just tough spot.
Is that it for us, Carolyn? Or we got one more? One more hand here, so make sure to smash that like button. We get over 200 here before the stream is done. I know you've got the power in you that
All right,
compels you.
I'm gonna
it
take
reaches
Louise
you.
to win
Go
the
hit
hand.
it. All right, we got some double
I
straddle
think it's
action.
another 50.
No, it's just, it's
20.
Chase put out 50, so
Boots, I think, wanted to go 100, but then he only has 2 green chips. He says, I'll take my free card.
yeah. So I kind of keep losing money here in the straddles. Maybe I get a chance to use one of these plaques out here.
Boots is probably not one of the kind of guys that's going to try to win the last hand or something like that.
No.
All right, so I did pick Louise here to win the last hand.
Yeah, and I mean,
It may just fold to him.
I think he probably recognizes like he doesn't need to make anything happen because this game still goes on.
Matt F just mucked deuces.
What?
Well, this is almost deuce 7 for Chase. Yeah, a lot of these players are gonna stay and continue to play, and then some are gonna go home.
And that is exactly what I'm going to do because I got to go to my pop prop. You just freaking destroyed it here tonight, man.
Thanks, man.
Fun to do it. Hopefully, I have you back again.
I got a third of your tournament buy-in.
You got a third of it? Okay, we'll keep it. Well, I'll hold you to that. We'll work it out. We appreciate you guys joining us here. Super producer Carolyn, thank you to our Flores dealers, everybody, the staff here at Texas Card House in Austin. We will see you Thursday here for the 2-5 match to stack. Words to the great Mike Sexton, as always. May all your cards be live, your pots be monsters. Good night, gang.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, if you want, we got $2 tip chips, and then we can get you $1.
He's just like staring at the sky, hoping he comes like